Dragonsphere. So fancy, ain't it? But hello, welcome to this. The final game in the MPS library. And this one is a free game. At least on GLG it's free. Let's see the intro then. Taking advantage of extra memory just like before. MPS Labs. The Microprose Design Group. Microprose Graphic Adventure Group presents. Well, this is the last game in their library, Gabriel, so I just wanted to get it out of the way. Dragonsphere. I mean, who knows how bad the puzzles will be in this one. The sorcerer arrives as you predicted. As I promised, my king, my spells are ready. Then begin. If we cannot destroy Sunway, we can at least render him harmless. The wizard is brave, my son. Watch carefully. All right, Dad. I'll keep a close eye on you, Dad. I've noticed that there's a lot of different names on this project than in Rex Nebular. Wow. Tall place. Giant eagle. Ooh. Better hurry up, but that water is coming down fast, you know. Usually does. I'm assuming that's the Dragonsphere. The source of great power. That's the best you can do? A jousting dragon rider? Oh, let's see how much of the damage it can do. Also, I think your castle sprung a leak when it reappeared. That's better. Fire-breathing dragon. Oh. It worked. So you have any good news there, wizard? What's up? I've seen you learn much, old wizard, but your foolish spell cannot withstand the forces that bring my tower to your world each cycle. In a score of years, I will be free, and I shall wreak a terrible vengeance upon you. Well, if the wizard is still around. He lies. "20 years later." So the cycle is each 20 years?
My son, I'm sorry to leave you.
Fear not, father. You have taught me to be strong. I can face the sorcerer alone. Father? Father? Dead? The king is dead. Long live the king! I mean, that's usually what you say, right? It is a fantasy world of magic and fantastical creatures. Pope? Long live the king! I was about to say, don't celebrate all at once. Everybody was so still for so long. Now the time to masturbate as a king for the first time. Or maybe not. I mean, the first thing I would do if I was declared king, now for the royal wanking. I decree as a king, you will leave me alone for at least, let's say, 30 minutes while I go do a little thing privately in my room. I do wonder what the king is doing. Let's listen. I see. I do decree that we should leave the door. Novice or challenging? Yeah, I'll go with novice.
The Dragonsphere stirs, my lord, and more powerfully than before.
Suddenly we have voices? Very well, await me in the council chamber.
Very well. Await me in the council chamber.
As you wish, my lord. Your mother and I await your pleasure.
Yeah. I don't think that's how you say it, but alright. This sumptuous array, consisting of bolster and pillow, is the kind of extravagance that made you jealous when you were a child and had to sleep on whatever rude materials were available. So what was this door that we saw opening in this direction? Before you do anything at all in the morning, you always need a good wash. Now you feel better. You briefly consider shaving, but decide not to. You might as well get used to roughing it. Unfortunately, your valet is not yet used to his duties and forgot to leave a towel. You'll just have to air dry. Just start headbanging. That'll work. Our royal robes. Your teacher of etiquette always said, do nothing in the clothes in which you sleep except sleep. Despite a few exceptions you've discovered, and as you grew older, you found it to be pretty sound advice. Now dressed in your traveling clothes, you feel ready for anything. What was it you meant to do next? The robe and crown, your royal seals of office, are to remain where they are until you have completed your quest. The crown is simple and unadorned, the robe a shade of powder blue you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. Hey, Kitsubin. We played like 5 minutes and my head is already filled with sick thoughts. Well, it's, it's us. The dressing screen has a depiction of a royal hunt on the outside and a small hook in back for hanging clothes. Your fine robes are hanging there waiting for the valet to come clean them. You note with embarrassment the splashes and soap foam you've left on the nightstand. Oh well, sloppiness is one of the privileges of being king. At least you feel clean and ready for your journey. The royal crest is plain and unassuming, as royal symbols should be. The signet is normally used for signing and sealing documents, but this ring has a special power. When its magic is invoked, it will instantly transport you to the way station of Castle Kalahach. The nightstand is a solid piece of wood, guarded by a master craftsman for your grandfather as a gift from the eastern reaches of the kingdom. Upon it rests the wash basin and your book of love poems. Light from the window streams in, adding a rich luster to the already beautiful wood. The window overlooks the sweeping fields that make up the farmland of Gran Kalahach. Today is a beautiful day. Birds roam about singing their joy and clouds roll gently across the sky. One good thing, perhaps the only good thing about your quest, at least you'll get to spend a lot of time outdoors. It's a book of love poems given to you by your wife as a present on your wedding day. An odd thing for a woman to give a man, but she's a very special woman. You keep it by your bed and leaf through it now and then. For a moment I didn't really think that was our sister, but apparently it's wife, so dirty thoughts all the way. Indeed, she is awaiting our pleasure. You consider taking the book on your journey, but stop. It's almost a vow to succeed to leave it here, as if you were promising to return and continue reading it without interruption. The walls of Castle Kalahach are sturdy and strong, slabs of granite and marble from the great quarries to the south of the capital city, Gran Kalahach. Their strength seems hollow now in the face of threat from the sorcerer. Oh indeed, and now that the mother is alone finally, she will await our pleasure in the... Wait, what? The plaques on the walls are the clan symbols of those families who have joined the royal line by winning the crown prince. Now that you are king, it's time to put the Fianiola clan symbol, that of your wife, upon these walls. Hey Goblin. How hangs it? I don't think anybody's hanging anymore. After these thoughts. The royal seal of Kalahach is everywhere about the room. It gives you a sense of pride to look at it, but also a sense of distance. Perhaps you will feel more worthy once the threat of the sorcerer is no longer hanging over your head. The heavy brass fireplace screen traps heat and then radiates it slowly into the room. It was a clever innovation of Nerd Tom's. Its flickering shadow hypnotizes you for a moment. The great fireplace provides most of the heat for the room, especially in the colder months. The fire must have been stoked recently, probably while you slept, for it is now burning merrily. The door at the south end of the room leads to the main hallway, which connects the living quarters to the function chambers. The mere sight of the connecting door between your chamber and Fiona's sends a little lump of excitement to your throat. It's a silly custom, but most couples, especially royal couples, don't sleep in the same room. Perhaps now that you're king, you could get the custom changed. Meanwhile, you're welcome to enter her room whenever you wish. Whenever I wish? The great plaster bust of Cal, god of the clans, glowers down at you from above. He was the mighty lord of earth and sky who battled the god of the sea, Yesh, to preserve the land you call Kalahach. The large ornate bed is what your father used to call the royal resting place. That epithet seems ironic now that he's gone. You'd love to lie down and sleep again, but you vowed to see the end of the sorcerer first. You swore a solemn vow last night not to touch the crown or robe of office again until the threat of the sorcerer was removed. The chest contains various personal belongings of your father, but nothing you need to have right now. The chest will remain closed until you return. The rugs here, though plain in appearance, are imported from far Soptus Ecliptus, the land of the desert nomads. They are handmade, woven from fine furs of animals few Kalahachs have ever seen, and are amazingly expensive. Hey, Specky. The various decorations about the room are the clan symbols of the families whose sons have married princesses and gone on to rule the kingdom. By Callahak law, they must take the Callahak clan name. The decorations are to remember the clan they once came from. Although your court wizard Tom claims that light can be easily generated by magical means, your father always insisted on the traditional wall sconces that provide light all over the castle, and you intend to continue that custom. The architecture here is both highly decorative and very strong. The carved faces on these arches depict the progenitors of the Callahak line, King Gorm and his son Prince Leon. The ceremonial swords on the wall are traditional clan dueling weapons. This pair was supposedly carried by Gorm himself. One of them was supposedly used to cut the head off from Rawr, the leader of the Tiger Men invaders from the Southlands. Myth and legend, you're sure. The royal crest of Clan Callahak hangs proudly in the king's bedchamber as a symbol of authority and power. You remember thinking in the past that it was soul-stirring, but now it just looks gaudy. Oh, my queen! Are you misrobed? I don't care, I'm coming in. No disrobing in here? The floor is made of hand-painted hardwood laid over the strong earth upon which Castle Callahak was built. It shows some scuffs and signs of age. If you make it back alive, it might be time for some repairs. Fiona has put up several small bunches of flowers about the room. She says this practice adds color and a pleasant smell. She has them replaced 2 or 3 times a week. Tapestry depicts a scene from a theatrical production at the Great World Theatre in Grand Callahak. Fiona is especially fond of musical comedies, but she insists on seeing everything that plays at the World. The small inset bookcase contains some of Fiona's favorite fiction and books of poetry and history. The lower shelf is bare except for 2 volumes that look suspiciously like diaries. These look like Fiona's personal diaries, perhaps spanning back many years. Though you normally wouldn't consider such a thing, the thought of your possible fate makes you consider reading them, if only to know Fiona a little better. Your desperate curiosity finally overcomes your natural respect for other people's property. Leafing through quickly, you find that the first book is from 20 years ago when the sorcerer was first challenged. The other is very recent. A message in the first book catches your eye. It says, "My husband-to-be, the prince, has ridden off with his father and their Tom, the wizard. They are going to face the sorcerer's Sunway to try to imprison or destroy him forever. I fear for the prince. Will I be a widow before I even married?" Yeah, no idea she was worried back then. Of course, at 13, you're not always aware of everything going on around you. So we're not a young strapping lad of barely 20 years old, we're actually 33. Makes sense. At least they broke that Disney trope. You switch to the second book and spy another interesting entry. 20 years later, and the sorcerer's curse is nigh. My husband, now the king, is in mortal danger. Nertom cannot defeat Sunway. There is no other to help, but we cannot just sit and wait for the sorcerer to strike. I feel so helpless. With a heavy heart, you close the diaries and return them to their place on the shelf. For Fiona's sake, you must defeat the sorcerer. You must. Oh, the drum. Oh, we must. For the love of our queen. The niceties of castle protocol demand that the king and queen sleep in separate chambers, but you are married and it is perfectly acceptable to visit, and that's what the connecting door is for. The thought of your wife brings back into full force the magnitude of the peril you are in. You must defeat the sorcerer. You have too much to live for. Fiona also has a chest at the foot of her bed. Your burning curiosity to know her feelings does not extend to rummaging through her personal belongings. Its contents will remain a mystery. The fields of Grand Callahak spread out below the window, a beautiful pastoral scene to wake up to in the morning. The Queen's window, unlike yours, has private little shutters that she can close at night. Yeah, what about Master of Etiquette decided that she should have them and the King should not? One of Fiona's additions to the room is the throw rug, bought from one of the merchants in the main marketplace. It is unremarkable in every way, but she always called it her absolute favorite color. Somehow the designers of the castle managed to make the Queen's fireplace look softer and more feminine than the King's. The decorative plates are one of Fiona's touches, but you've never been sure what their significance is, and she's never volunteered the information. The wood basket is empty and the fire is blazing, indicating that the servants have been in to stoke the morning fire. Soon another servant will bring a small supply of aromatic wood, should the Queen wish to keep the fire going in midday. The heavy brass fireplace screen traps heat and radiates slowly at a flickering noses. The ceilings of Castle Callahag are high and airy. They give the rooms great acoustic properties and don't give a feeling of claustrophobia as in some other castles you visited. They've always been popular, Swede. I mean, who doesn't love watching live animals, right? It just depends on what kind of animal you want to watch. Fiona always keeps her night table across the room from the bed. You think it makes no sense, but she claims it keeps her from staying up late reading because there's no place to put the book down. I'm not sure if I would watch a wasp's nest, but I would watch a beekeeper's field. This is the clan Fionella symbol. When you come back, this will have to be moved to a place of honor in the king's bedchamber. Your teachers would be very pleased at your attention to detail, but the wall is pretty insignificant. The plaque, unlike those in your bedchamber, is a simple symbol of royalty. It marks this door as that of a member of the royal family and lets all servants and visitors know that they'd better have a good reason to go inside. You were never very good at heraldry, and now you can barely remember anything about your family crest or the proper terms to describe it. There's a gold crown on the lavender shield and the demi-something of silver and mauve on the sinister portion. Oh well, it's your official family crest, of which the crown is the usual shorthand symbol. The statuary is old and pitted, and obviously incomplete. It was excavated from the ruins of a lost city, or so the story goes, and brought to Castle Callahag by an adventurer named Pippi or Puppy or something like that as a gift. Someday you'd like to travel to the mysterious unknown lands, but now you have a more important task. The smaller of the two windows is traditionally for the Queen to stand at in the morning and give a cheery good morning wave to her subjects waiting in the courtyard. It's been a tradition for as long as you can remember. You assume Fiona has no objection to it. The larger of the windows is traditionally for the King to stand in the morning and give a cheery good morning wave to his subjects waiting in the courtyard. Your father used to joke about an embarrassing morning on which no one waited below. The windows no longer open, having had iron grates placed in them after an unfortunate incident involving your grandfather and a tomato. As you examine the sconce more closely, you realize it is little more than a sconce. The long central table glows at night with soft golden candles, whose height you can tell the time. By whose height you can tell the time. Now they've all burned down to the stubs. To you, this has always looked like a rug that somebody's decided to hang on the wall instead. It's actually some sort of family crest. As much as you'd like to decree its removal, it really should stay where it is. As you examine the floor more closely, you realize it is a little more than a floor. It is indeed a floor. The axes are beautifully made of finely wrought metals. You once referred to them as Fiona's mother's name, thus insulting both your mother-in-law and the axes, and you can't help smiling whenever you look at them. Legend has it that this is the symbol of the very first clan that married into the Galahad line. That decoration has been hanging above the door for as long as you can remember. Oh no! I turned us into a zombie. I was just walking. You're still having a little trouble thinking of this as the door to your chamber. You feel as though your father is going to emerge from it any second now, calling for breakfast and his finance minister, just like always. This scene depicts some famous hero or other and his trusted Dremel who supposedly saved his life several times. You have a strong affection for animals despite the fact that you've never owned a pet. This beautiful cedar chest is where linens are kept to refresh yours and the queen's beds. The cedar gives them a pleasant perfume. It's the finest specimen of a floor you've seen all day. A ceremonial weapon not for use. This one is actually made of soft metal that is a recreation of a famous weapon borne by some hero or another in days gone by. This symbol was your father's personal sigil, as distinguished from the royal crest or the family symbol. All these different signs and symbols make your head spin. As you examine the wall more closely, it is a wall. The stylized archer has always been one of your favorite pieces of art, but now it just looks a little silly to you. You seem to have lost your appreciation for art with the shadow of the sorcerer's threat hanging over you. The scene here is of an unnamed siege of a castle. It was done in a highly stylized method of a great fame, but the actual weaver is unknown. Your father liked this particular piece, but as far as you know, it has no special significance. This is it, the central hub of the network of power that emanates from Castle Galahad. Right here at this table, momentous decisions are made that affect the course of nations. Your father's collection of rare volumes include several apocryphal histories, some fairy fiction, and a 6-volume set of the Decadent Empire, a fictional history that your father forbid you to read when you were young. Now perhaps you could see what all the fuss was about. This 8-point buck was killed by your grandfather in the eastern forests. The legend has it that he killed the deer with his bare hands, but your tutor said that was untrue. It was shot with an arrow, as one might expect. There are no other hunting trophies in the entire castle because your father didn't believe in hunting. You're willing to hunt for food, but not for sport. The fire is roaring merrily here, as it always has. This is one chamber in the castle where the fire is never banked. You could come here at 2 o'clock in the morning and it would be warm and well lit. It seems as though the wood basket here is always empty since the major domo is constantly checking to make sure that the fire is burning brightly. You pity the poor woodcutter who has to supply this thing. I wouldn't pity them. I mean, they got a great job. The low table's main purpose is to hold the candle for reading light. They call them love seats because 2 people trying to sit in one had better be in love. These ingenious little couches can be used in a variety of ways by moving their component parts. Your father always said that for private meetings, comfortable chairs were best. You're not sure he was only referring to politics. You understand that this idyllic outdoor scene is supposed to be Grand Kalahag itself, back when it was first built. It doesn't look much like that now. The apple trees and sheep farms have long since been replaced by the sprawl of a market town. These built-in benches are provided for readers who have become so absorbed in their books that they can't be bothered walking over to the love seats. It's happened to you, though you can't remember now what book it was that so interested you. You try to remove volume 1 from the shelf, but it appears to be stuck to volume 2. Wow! The entire set leans outward and you hear a faint rumbling noise coming from the east wall. These aren't books at all. They're a sacred switch of some kind. Do I pull the tapestry? I'm assuming it would be behind this. Well, Eureka! Somehow your brain was telling you that there was a secret door behind the tapestry somewhere. It turns out to be true. This tapestry of all the ones in the castle is on glides instead of being fastened to the wall. Now you know why. This is a very odd door. It has no handle and no visible latch. Just a crown symbol engraved in the wood where the handle should be. You quickly realize that pulling the books will not accomplish anything concrete. You attempt to open the books, but quickly realize that this action would be a waste of your valuable time and energy. And just take the books. After brief consideration, you decide you don't need the books. The door is locked tighter than a drum. With no handle and no locking mechanism in evidence, you can't see any possible way to get it open. No wonder your father never revealed the secret of the door to you. How about we put the signet ring on the door? You decided you might want to hold on to that for now. Alright. Let's just hide it for now. We'll come back later to find out what to do with that. The ballroom. The floor here is made of crushed stone, better to absorb the inevitable spills of food and wine. It looks like the week's revelries have taxed it beyond the limit of its capacity. There are several spills and bones in evidence, and beautiful scullery maid helping to clean it all up. A dutiful castle servant is scrubbing manfully, or is it manfully, at the spills on the floor. You don't remember her name, but she served your father well for almost a year now. The scene is an idyllic lake at sunset. You don't remember where it came from, but your father always claimed it was good for his digestion. The grand window looks out over the castle courtyard and the way station, where the travelers gather before entering and leaving the castle. It's quite a view. The walls here are rougher construction than in the rest of the castle, supposedly because they ran out of marble at the nearby quarry and had to use extra granite. When there is a function here, extra tapers and torches are brought in. The brazier in the center of the room provides light also. The two permanent torches are set high and away to avoid setting anyone's finery on fire. Still smelling the roast boar and turkey, the large brazier in the middle of the room is cold now, and the spit has been removed, presumably for cleaning. It makes your stomach rumble to smell the leftover cooking odors. You'll have to get something to eat before you begin your journey. This table, it still has a bowl of apples on it, but they look to be a week old. They're starting to wrinkle. Your personal goblet is here also, left out for anyone to pick up. The chairs at the far end of the room are for wallflowers. You remember spending a lot of time at the end of the ballroom before you met Fiona. Your father once called you the Shy Prince. During celebrations, the wall is festooned with flowers and vines. They've been removed now that the celebrations are over. Apparently, this custom is where the term wallflower comes from. The shy people stay at this end of the room, next to the flower wall. Well, we don't know. He might have a personal goblin. I'm sure I saw the goblet appear at 1 pixel. There it is. Your personal jewel-encrusted goblet is sitting out on the table. Much of the other crockery and middleware has been removed for cleaning, but somehow this piece got overlooked. With a muffled oath at someone's carelessness, you take the goblet and store it in your traveling pack, lest someone overlook it and throw it in the servant's tub. This is the goblet you used at the coronation celebration. It's the king's goblet, more ornate than the others and slightly more valuable.
Not quite cleaned up yet, are we?
You flatter a simple scullery maid with your attentions, my lord.
Why is it always with these qualities that they have to sound like... Maybe that's what I should do for the whole game. There, now I have an echo like they do. Is this good? The arched wooden ceiling here is specially designed to make the musicians and singers sound good. It also makes for impressive toasts and speeches. Was that good enough? Did I sound just like them? Yeah, but the problem is, Gabriel, it's like a constant thing with some of these games. They have it on to hide the white noise, because their mic qualities were bad back then. So they just added those sound. They added them to sound like it's an echoey room because they need to hide their freaking bad microphones. The scullery maid's bucket is filled to the brim with some sea water. The water is slowly taking on a brownish color as she goes about her work.
Oh, the baby's coming!
That's the newest addition to the sound effects. I hope it only happens indoors, because if they do it all the time, that would be weird. I'm expecting it to happen all the time. The door to the south end of the room leads to the throne room, where you and the queen hold court. Tradition has it that a ball may not be in progress while business is conducted in the throne room, and vice versa. Hey, Terrible.
Sorry, brother. I was just thinking, and this was a convenient place to sit.
I sense an evil brother here.
Think nothing of it, brother.
Then perhaps I'll sit there whenever I want. After all, the throne will someday be mine, Kalash.
Love that quality of that microphone, especially when he's talking way too close to it and it keeps clipping. Yeah, I play Animal Crossing every day. But I'm sure you're asking if I will ever stream it again, and I will. At some point. Who knows when. I just stream it very sporadically. The evil ones always seem to have that snidey voice. It's a trope.
If I do not defeat the sorcerer, it might.
At least that doesn't have that echo. I wonder why. It's an open space, so it should have the echo, while his voice has an echo, your voice doesn't. Why?
True, true. Or perhaps you'll end up in the dungeon one of these days. You know how it is.
At least now we know our hero's name. We're Kalash. Kalash.
Yes. Peace be with you, McMore.
And with you be peace.
Love it that you ended your sentence like a snake. You snake. This door leads to the meeting room where the private conversations can take place. It is most often used to make deals with individual members of the nobility before a council meeting, or to entertain a visiting dignitary in a less pompous style. This magnificent sigil is a rendition of the coronation of the first Kalahag king. He is called Heavenly Dominic or Domus the Great, and he supposedly carved out the kingdom of Kalahag from a mountain placed in his path by the god Kal. You're sure the truth is much less fanciful, but no less spectacular in its own way. The two special plaques above the throne room doors are not clan symbols, nor family crests, nor even symbols of leadership. They are clever little designs that stand for business for the door that leads to the meeting chamber, and pleasure for the one that goes to the ballroom. I actually intend to stream Pajama Sams at some point. And maybe Freddy Fish at the same time. Well, there's the Dragonsphere. The small sphere rests quietly on its stand, where Nerd Tom placed it 20 years ago. It is a warning, an alarm of sorts, whose integrity mimics that of the shield spells holding Sunway prisoner. Its occupant, a small dragon homunculus, mimics the state of the sorcerer himself. It is the cracks in the sphere and the stirrings of the dragon that have warned you that Sunway is breaking free from his long captivity. I don't see any breaks in it, but I do see the dragon. Hello! How you doing? You cute. This fine piece of work depicts a legendary evil, the Dragon of Dark Flame. Nerd Tom, the old wizard, used to speculate that the sorcerer Sunway has been making his magical raids upon a Kalahag for generations, and once was the Dragon of Dark Flame. That might explain why Sunway is known as the Dragon Sorcerer. The table is sometimes used for the signing of important documents or the presentation of diplomatic gifts, but more often than not, it is simply an elbow rest for elderly guests. The chairs at the side of the room are for important personages, diplomats from foreign lands and so forth, to sit and wait for the entrance of the king or queen. Once royalty enters the room, all visitors must stand. The thrones are simple affairs, unadorned by jewels or other shows of wealth. Your father didn't believe in the monarchy being extravagant. This throne is now yours, the place from which all decisions regarding peasant law are handed down. It is an icon of crushing responsibility mixed with absolute power. You associated so strongly with your father that you can almost see him still sitting there. The thrones are simple affairs, unadorned by jewels, blah 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 blah. The Queen's throne is where Fiona will sit, possibly as head of state, should you fail to return. Through this door, the dwellers outside can enter the castle. The courtyard outside is a holding area of sorts when the peasants gather here on days of judgment. It is behind that door that the real business of the kingdom is decided. Here in the throne room, affairs dealing with the peasantry are judged with great pomp and circumstance, but the Council of Nobles decides the true course of the kingdom. The 2 red carpets are the ceremonial pathways for the king and queen to take when leaving the throne room to enter the council chamber. Once upon a time, there was a decree that no others should walk upon the carpets of royalty. But the lawmaker forgot that the carpets spanned the length of the room. No one pays attention to the law anymore. I didn't look at the step.
You've seen the Dragonsphere.
Yeah, but I didn't look at the step. I have failed, my queen. I have failed on looking at everything before I enter here.
I pray you're not still resolved to go alone.
Yes, I am.
I am?
No. You forgot to say, yes, I am.
Tirnoch Bronway is deadly, my lord. Why not wait safely here? Hide from the sorcerer, or at least meet him on your own ground.
Bronwyn? She's a character in Baldur's Gate. Oh wait, that's Bronwyn. A very annoying character too.
If we wait, Sanwi will only become more
Sanwi?
powerful as he recovers from the spell of imprisonment. I must go to his tower before he wakes fully.
We are all Shakespearean actors over here, so maybe I should be starting to narrate with a more Shakespearean dialect.
Will you not reconsider and take the army, my lord? I beg you.
Nay, even weakened, the sorcerer has powerful spells that could destroy an army once he knew they were coming. One man, traveling alone, is anonymous. This is my responsibility and the legacy of my father. I will face the sorcerer alone.
He is headstrong, like his father. Let us gift him and wish him Godspeed.
Then they both disrobe and start doing the shimmies, and he's there like, shake it, babe, shake it. Give me the strength.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have for you a sword of magical sharpness. May you use it to strike Sanwi's head from his shoulders.
And not to mention all the trolls and the swamp things, the annoying rats and the giant beasts, and also the... oh yeah, this is not Moonstone. Also a dragon. And the Black Knights. Cannot forget them. Yep.
Although it is said that no sword may harm Sanwei, perhaps it will have other uses. And I have for you a small shielding spell, like the one that surrounds Sanwei's tower. Hurl this sphere at an enemy to imprison him within a field of magic.
It may have other uses. Finally, I can get rid of those corns on my feet. They'd be bothering for weeks.
These were my father's, were they not?
Yes, the symbols of your father. If you will have 2 balls and a sharp sword, if you know what I mean.
That's right. And they never failed him. May they never fail you. Goodbye, my son.
Good luck, husband. Please be careful.
But before I leave, my queen, please. Smooch? A hug? A little bit of a... nothing! Bitch! I mean, my love. Your teachers would be pleased at your attention. The painting depicts an early council, or possibly a banquet, you were never sure which. Whichever it is, everyone seems to be cooperating, which you hope is an inspiration to those holding council here. The fire burns brightly here so that the barons can see to write their important missives. The fireplace here is extra large and cozy for the councils that drag on into the late evening hours. Late evening hours. The candles in the chandelier are lit the morning of a council meeting by the major domo, who must use a special ladder and candle on the desk. It sheds a soft, even light over the entire table. The chairs are designed in royal purple to remind everyone upon whose sufferance they meet. The chairs are deliberately plain so as not to appear in conflict with the royal thrones. Each of the nobles has pen and ink and paper, the better to prepare speeches, take notes, and make instant treaties. You, father, once grumbled that the nobles spend more time writing than listening. I don't want the whole freaking table. Each set of pen, paper, and ink bottle belongs to the noble whose traditional seat it is placed before. Besides, where you're going, you see no need for pen, ink, and paper. Your mother's gift is the sword you've been seeking. Apparently she had it in safekeeping after your father took ill. I like both of them for your mother to have given you the sword and your wife the shield. Your wife's gift gleams on the table with a faint blue sheen, a characteristic color of magic spells. She probably got it from Nerd Tom long ago as a form of personal protection. Now she's giving it to you. Your heart is again fired with the resolve to succeed at your quest. Finally, if I succeed in this quest and I save the whole kingdom, she will have sex with me. That's what they should have called this. Dragonsphere, the quest for the royal poon. I mean, that's gonna have to be our reward, right? Unless it's gonna be something more special, like husband over here. Yes, my dear. Oh, you're going. I see. Ooh. Yeah, this is a sexual innuendo night. Totally. Why am I dropping frames? I'm sorry I'm making all these sexual innuendo jokes. Please stop dropping frames. There must be something happening in the background right now. You lift the sword, feeling its comforting heft before attaching it to your belt. As an afterthought, you flip your cloak over the scabbard, since seeing the king armed as if for battle might alarm some people. The shimmering gray sphere feels warm to your touch as you secrete it in your traveler's pouch, easily accessible for quick use. I think they meant to use some other word there, because secrete is, something completely else. Small gray sphere shivers with pent-up power. Merely hurling it at something would enclose that thing in an impenetrable field of magical force. I already did a restart for updates earlier. Stop it. Steam, are you doing an update or anything? No. Crack Cleaner, are you trying to do an update as you always do during fucking streams? No. Alright. Must be a hiccup in my internet. Just a small hiccup, apparently. This sword has belonged to the Galahad clan for generations. It is the finest work of the craftsman Galthweed, and although not magical, it is perhaps the strongest and sharpest sword in the kingdom. The shieldstone feels like an incredibly smooth rock. Your claws and fingers slide across its surface, making no change to its already perfect appearance. I can carve up things, apparently. You consider the consequences of such an act, dead bodies, destroyed property, etc., and realize that in this case a peekable solution is the best. You carry water in a small water skin on your belt, which you drink from whenever you are thirsty. There's no need to drink from the goblet. You give the ring a quick rub on your sleeve, and it gleams with all the polish of burnished gold. The royal scribe sits at the desk, scribbling frantically to record the words spoken by everyone at council meetings, which often last for hours. Your father jokingly referred to the shorthand notes as minutes or moments. This gorgeous rug was a gift from the Duchy of the Summers, almost a generation ago. Your father speculated that soon the entire floor would be covered with rugs, but no other noble ever offered such a gift. The large door at the south end of the room leads to the guard station outside the dungeon. For very occasionally, an unruly noble, or one who has been speaking treason, is carried off to the dungeon, but that hasn't happened since your grandfather's time. Anybody else get the feeling that later his brother is going to be dragged down there? For treason? The floor here is packed dirt. It was never overlaid with wood or never mixed with stone. The whole chamber seems dug out of the ground as an afterthought. The grand total of the equipment you provide your guards is this one table and the stool that goes with it. You understand that the asceticism is a part of military discipline, but this is too much. You'll have to talk with the captain of the guard. The poor guard who has to sit on this probably curses the days and he and his prisoner were born. You wonder who has it worse. At least the prisoner has some straw to lie down on. You'll have to see about the improving conditions here a little bit. Obviously, this place was carved out of rock without much thought for architecture or aesthetics. At least the night creatures seem to find it a good home. You can't imagine what it would be like to have a guard duty here. You'll have to look into that when you return. The cell is unoccupied and the door is ajar. The cell is dark and just a little bit creepy. The floor here is of packed earth and stone, darkened with the stains of much spilled food, wine, and blood. It shows some faint signs of attempts to dig out. This is not a very place at all. A very nice place. This is the sole cell in the Grand Galahad Castle dungeon. Most prisoners are held elsewhere. This cell is for political prisoners and for holding hostages or those that need interrogation. It has not been used in quite a while. The tattered straw bedding has been changed recently, thank goodness. It is mean and uncomfortable looking, but that is the lot of prisoners. Obviously, the cell was meant to hold up to 3 prisoners, chained to the wall if needed be. The guard in the other room would normally carry the keys to the irons. An underground river rushes by beneath the floor grate. The grate serves as a privy and disposal. The river carries things away. And since there is a steady flow from an underground spring, a supply of fresh drinking water. It would be impossible for a prisoner to escape via the river because the grate sent into the river's path upstream and downstream. The walls are solid stone of better quality than those in the guard room. At least no furry friends are visible here. The walls showed signs of attempts to dig to freedom. Somebody managed to bring a piece of chalk into the cell with him, and was using the wall to mark off the days. You wonder what transpired during his 15-day stay. The idea of carrying the stuff around with you turns your stomach. Overcoming your natural revulsion, you sift briefly through the straw of the bedding but find nothing of interest or value. The floor here is packed earth and stone, darkened with the stains of much blood. That doorway is the sole means of egress from the dungeon cell. It leads back to the guard room. This tree replaces the guard station for the dungeon cell. There is no one in the cell right now, so there is no guard on duty. It's not a very pleasant duty if the meanness of the equipment is any indication. The door at the top of the stairs leads to the council chamber. It is always closed during council meetings, but acts as a reminder to the nobles of the power of monarchy and danger of sedition. Here, not the throne room, is where the true reins of power are held. It is here that the barons and dukes of the surrounding lands meet to debate, vote, and make their voices heard. Although the king holds absolute veto, it often means war to exercise it. All council meetings have been suspended until you return from your quest or die trying. Apparently your mother moved the screen from in front of the fireplace before it was lit this morning. She always argued with Nerd Tom about the virtue of the things, and with him having disappeared, she has taken matters into her own hands. This is the royal throne room of Castle Callahak. Despite its austere appearance, many important affairs of state are decided here, and the King of Grand Callahak controls a large amount of territory and servitude. Despite their somber genesis, last week's celebrations were rather spirited. Here in the ballroom you see the aftermath. Spilled food, wine and ale, and a serving wench hard at work getting things cleaned up. The tables have been pushed back against the wall to facilitate the cleaning. This long decorated hallway is sometimes called the Grand Hallway or the Grand Promenade, which is really just a fancy way of saying it's a long hallway that separates the royal bedchambers from the rest of the castle. Honey, are you in here? I wonder where she went. This is the Queen's bedchamber. Until recently, your mother slept here. With the passing of your father, protocol demands that your wife Fiona move in. The King and Queen must always sleep in the separate rooms. You can already see her touching the books on the shelf and the flowers spread discreetly about the room. This is the king's bedchamber, now yours by right of passage since the death of your father. It still feels strange to sleep here amidst all the accoutrements you've come to associate with him. Well, I'm sure that once we've done our quest and we have defeated the evil and we return, we will have our own trophies and such to decorate the room with. The chamber is cozy and somber feeling, as it was meant to be. Decrees are made in the throne room, and the barons and dukes meet to decide important issues in the council chamber, but it is here where the real decisions are made. One-on-one meetings in a private chamber to decide the fate of kingdoms. You like this room. The thrones are raised up above the rest of the floor in order to make their position more dominating and to put the king and queen more on eye level with those that are required to stand in their presence. These small steps are placed at the foot of each throne to make the king and queen's ascension more dignified. In fact, the court etiquette demands that both feet be placed on the step before placing a foot on the platform. But your father always used to stride directly to the platform, and convention be damned. You tell him, King. The sphere feels much like crystal, but it is not a physical thing. It is a spell sphere created by Nerd Tom. It is cold and hard to the touch, and you can feel the roughness where the cracks have begun to spread across its surface. What if I take it? You consider taking the sphere with you to keep an eye on the Sunwee's state of consciousness, but it is far too heavy to carry. Huh. Fascinating. Talk to? After a brief discourse during which there is no reply, you realize that this object is not, as you might have thought, a shifter. It is, in fact, an inanimate object and cannot respond. Then why does the dragon move? Well, I guess that even the dragon is not alive. This is the transition area between the outer way station and the central tower of the castle. Visitors' Dremels are temporarily tethered here, and it is useful, though never used in your memory, as a second line of defense against invaders. Hay is kept for the Dremels that are often temporarily tethered here. The stack, it looks like it was just delivered on the hay wagon. It still smells sweet and fresh. When you were a child, you used to love searching through the hay. You never found anything, except once you found a lady's knickers, but that doesn't stop you from trying. After a brief search, you come to the conclusion there's nothing in there, not even a needle. The barrels store various items used by the merchants and guards at the way station. These look and smell like they contain salted foods, pickles, and spices. The guard patrols tirelessly, watching for intruders, miscreants, and brawls that might break out between visiting dignitaries or peasants. His main duties include sounding the alarm and raising and lowering the portcullis. The guard nods his acknowledgement, but he clearly can't hear you, for he says nothing more. The windows are for firing slits. Behind them are stations for archers coming from the guard keeps. As an invading army entered the courtyard, they would be subject to a deadly crossfire. The barrels store various items used by the merchants and guards at the way station. This one looks like it contains salt. The other might contain sling balls. You wouldn't want the contents to spoil, would you? Besides, the barrels are nailed shut and couldn't be closed again if opened. A guard ceaselessly patrols atop the battlement, where more archers would be stationed were the castle to be invaded. The openings at either end lead into the guard keeps. The ground at the courtyard is scored by Dramel's hooves and wagon tracks from the supply wagons that drop their stores here. The main gate leads out into the way station where the merchants and travelers gather. The portcullis is up. It's only lowered at night and in times of trouble. This is the informal way station just outside the castle, where travelers from the castle can buy cheap food and supplies before a journey, and where travelers from other lands can gather and petition for entrance into the castle. The big markets of Grand Calahag are further away in the city trade center. The captain of the Queen Mother's Guard is a tough and capable woman, not much older than yourself. She took a deep facial scar as a small child, but tells the cadets she received it during a battle as a way to frighten them. Though she is loyal first to your mother and then to you, you have a mutual respect and admiration for one another.
Greetings, guardsmen. What traveler's news is there?
The fairy is here as an ambassador. He is giddy and childish. The Soptus Ecliptus is here to trade. He speaks of their caliph as if he were as powerful as you, your majesty. The Slathan is roaming. He made some rude comments about my scar, so I have my eye on him. One false move, and...
Aye, guard.
From the outside, the castle looks smaller than it actually is. You feel a mixed sense of pride and fear as you gaze at the structure. It is at once a pleasing symbol of your independence and status and a crushing burden of responsibility and control. It is Akuza, the light blue sky in the tongue of your ancestors. Akuza. This is supposedly a good omen for travelers just getting out, or setting out. But you've heard rival scholars claim that such a journey is cursed, opting instead for March, the dark blue sky. So much for omens. The merchants here are granted special permission to sell at the castle gate and have a 1-year unrenewable license. This stall sells a variety of meats and fish cured for travel. The proprietor has stepped out for a moment, and the captain of the Queen Mother's Guard is keeping her eye on things. This is a man from Sultanid-Patan, the land of the shape changers. He looks normal enough, but rumors abound about the perfidy of the shape changers. If the stories were all true, everyone in Slathan would be a liar, thief, or murderer. The well is a communally owned water source for the castle and way station. It is fed by the same underground river, upstream of course, that acts as a disposal for the dungeon cell. Rumor has it that if you throw a coin into the well, you can get a wish granted. The handle on the crank seems to be broken, making it extremely difficult to raise and lower the bucket. Someone has kindly gone to the trouble of filling the bucket. There are always 2 buckets at the well, one to be lowered to get water and the other to carry the water to the travelers and merchants at the way station. Right now the travel bucket is nearly full with fresh water. The rope is frayed and aged by long use and damp conditions. It can bear the weight of its bucket but could never hold you. And apparently I can jump down the well if I want to. As you examine the market grounds more closely, you realize they're little more than market grounds. What looks like a little boy is actually an adult fairy, although adult is hardly a good word for describing these flighty childlike forest creatures. This stall sells fowl and beef jerked for travel, as well as hardy winter fruits. The proprietor looks like a pleasant and honest fellow. The strange grey man is a Subtiselectbus, a desert nomad from the southern reaches. They rarely come to the civilized lands. This must be a special occasion. The merchant looks like he might have been sampling a few too many of his own wares. He's a jolly pleasant fellow who always has good prices. The fertile fields of Grand Galahak and the farms surrounding it are one of the great sources of wealth for the kingdom. When the sorcerer ravages the land and makes his demands, it often takes the form of burning of crops and the demand of tribute, partly in food. In the distance, the forest of Kel's Hunt extends to within 2 bow shots of the castle. The forest is said to stretch for 1,000 miles to the east into the unknown lands. But do we walk 1,000 miles just to get to the door? This stall sells a variety of meats and fish cured for travel. The proprietor has stepped out for a moment. It was the same explanation as that one. Fill the bucket with water from the goblet from the bucket. Putting that in the goblet would not only be difficult, but useless as well. Fine.
So you're the king, eh? Listen, if you're traveling, you have to visit Slathan-ni-Patan.
Why do you crave this boon?
I want you to see the way your subjects are treated, feared, and hated by others. Outcasts in our own land. Why do you let this go on?
I don't understand. Why does this happen?
Our shifting powers are shunned by the other races. They're afraid we'll take their very identities away from them. We're so misunderstood. If only you would come to Slathan and speak to our wise men, you wouldn't be so ignorant.
So you're a shapeshifter, eh?
Aye, that I am. And I apologize for being blunt. We shapeshifters can be defensive, given the way we're treated by the other races. Would it be so tough to visit our land?
If other matters allow, I will come to see your plight.
Ask about the Cave of Shifting Dreams. You'll learn much there. Everyone does.
Fascinating. One side quest. Two side quests. 3. Gameplay options. Now the question is, now that I found the options, do I keep the speech on or do I turn it off? I mean, the voice acting is expected to be what it is. Not so great. But I still have a fascination to hear the rest of the voices that they have for this game. But there's also the thing that I prefer to do my own voice acting. It's a dilemma. I'm gonna keep it on. I'm gonna keep it on. Too used to it now. Should have checked that out right at the beginning. Then I could have done my own voice acting. Let's see how annoying you are.
Hee, lucky me. Come to look, and the king I see. Oops. Sorry, Majesty. Fairies speak in rhyme to annoy fair ones like you. It's a bad habit.
Well, at least you dropped the habit right away.
Fair ones? You mean humans, right?
Yes, you call yourself humans. I don't know why, but all fairies call humans fair ones.
Why do you seek to annoy fair ones?
Because it's fun. Our wise men argue the question endlessly and have lots of theories. Testing our limits, learning fair one behavior, hidden hostility. I don't know. Perhaps you should ask our king.
There is a fairy king?
Yes, indeed. The great butterfly king, oldest living fairy, and great friend to the fair ones.
Butterfly king.
Surely you must meet him, for he is a powerful magician.
Ooh.
If the rumors of your quest are true, you owe it to yourself to see the butterfly king first.
And where will I find the great butterfly king?
Seek the magic forest of Bryn Fan, and get ready for the trial of the forest maze.
Oh, great.
If you can succeed at that, they will let you see our king.
Woohoo.
Sorry, Lord, but that is our law when dealing with fair ones.
I should have known that when there's going to be a big forest, it's going to be a maze.
Ah, so nice to have met you. I must go now.
Goodbye, King of the Fair. May your children be a blessing to you.
Thanks.
Fine wares for my king's journey at a special price.
I'm honestly quite bored due to all this text, but it's not your fault, of course. Also, I might just have concentration issues at the moment, but I'll hang in there. It may catch my interest soon, too. I mean, I have added to the BTTV animated emojis an emote perfect for situations when you're bored. I mean, if you're ever feeling bored during any game, just there. Hi, George. Find wares for my king's journey at a special price. I'll take some fruit.
I'll take some fruit.
And water from the well for good measure. Goodbye, my lord.
The hardy winter fruits look very appetizing and will certainly be useful for warding off both hunger and illness. So I got a watermelon and an apple and a pear. All greens.
Fine wares for my king's journey at a special price.
I have all I need, but let's chat for a bit.
At your service, Majesty.
Just how did you know I was going on a journey?
Rumors are everywhere. One is that you travel to face the dread sorcerer in the High Tower Mountains. Say, your Majesty, I hear tell of strange bird creatures that dwell in those mountains. Maybe you'll tell me if those rumors are truth when you return.
Rumors are everywhere. Blah 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 blah. I am totally acting here. Next page. You don't record that. Oh, sorry. So, Your Majesty. I would expect with some of these people you would be hearing like rumors are everywhere. One is that you travel to face the Dread Sorcerer in the High Tower Mountains. And you hear like, take the paper away from the microphone. Say Your Majesty. No, you're not yourself, you idiot. I don't need a new notebook. I've still got this many pages left in this one. See? It's a lot of pages. Still plenty. That many. And that was like 3 in a row at the end there. So I got like 15 pages left. But don't worry. Once I run out of that... I mean, if I ever, and I will, eventually, Goblin, run out of that notebook, don't worry. I've got this big boy ready. This will be ready for action. Plenty of A4 pages here, baby. Plenty. Instead of me just holding up like this, let me get my other notes. Now, don't worry, Goblin. I'm sure I have enough notebooks. It's like, where are my other notes? Let me check. Maybe it was on the small one. Yeah. I gotta get the big boys around here. Okay, let's see it. So don't you worry. I have enough notebooks to last me for years of gameplay. If I could get them back to where they belong, everything will be fine. All hunky-dory. No. I mean, even the latest notes that I ever have on this one are when I played Frankie Goes to Hollywood. These are all the notes. And there's the culprit, Mr. Pratt. I mean, those big notebooks that I have are like old. They're like 25 years old. They're from when I was still in school. Got plenty of those big ones. I think I got them for free from somewhere. I think my dad brought them from work or something. And the fun thing is, after waving all those pages, now it smells like freaking cedar wood or something. You know, like pencils and such. You can tell that they're from a school. Well, at least I would use the loose one. Not the one with the covers, but I would start using this one. I mean, this is, even if this is old, you can see that it's been used. I mean, I also have written some things written here already. Well, they are right here. Oh. I used this when I played Paper Mario. Those are the desert instructions to get to the hidden badges and such. Cool. strange bird creatures that dwell in those mountains.
I thank you for your confidence. If only I shared it.
Pshaw, Majesty. Neglect not the little things, and the large shall take care of themselves, as my pappy used to say.
There's even online notebooks now for those people who prefer to go paperless. But paper feels so much more personal. Not to mention, these can stay forever, while online or whatever can crash and you will lose all your notes. Also, if I do want to, I can go even tinier, Goblin. I got these little tiny notebooks here. So if I'm like, it would be a waste of space for these notes. So let me get this small notepad here. I mean, yeah, still got plenty of paper, as you can see, even for these tiny ones. Well, this one actually is running out. How many pages do you have? 3, 4, 8. I'll use this. For whatever reason, when I need to write down something, I'll use this. I mean, you can tell that this was used to be really thick. But now it's almost empty. And this is like also 30 years old. I've got a lot of old notebooks.
A wise man.
Hi, as you are. Good luck, my lord.
There are several apps you can get that resemble sticky notes that you can just attach on your desktop. Paper notes are nice though. They're the best. It's nostalgia.
Greetings, man of Soptus Ecliptus. What is your name?
I mean, which one would you like to see more, Swede, when you see somebody playing a strategy, puzzle game or something where you need to take down notes? Listen to them go like typing something in their notepad, or actually watching them physically writing down what they see, like, so that's Soptus Ecliptus, they leave there, so there might be something there. I would rather see somebody writing down physically, because that's the proper way to play these games. Not typing down on a notepad like, you make a typo and then you're like, oh, what was it actually? Oh, shit.
My name is Tilshavet, the Traveler. I come from Desert Far, a message to bring to thee. Our kingdoms too have enjoyed prosperity large. We are friends great. But never have you visited our Caliph. They totally did not use a voice modulator for this guy at all, and I do like it that they Yoda-like speak.
I tried pen screen devices, the iPad with the Procreate, and as nice as they may be, there's no better feeling than a 4B pencil on a paper pad or notebook with smooth paper. Well, what I have is just this. You know, these filling pencils with the, I think this might be a 7 thickness. I usually had 7 or 9 thickness for these. Honestly don't care that much about those details, but you have a good point. Noting down on paper with a pen has nice classic touch, yep. Not to mention, you see that they're actually typing down their notes and they can show it to you easy.
Why suggest this now? You have never before asked for such a visit.
I didn't write that line down. Why did you speak it then?
Well said. Time is now, for our shamans have discovered portents large concerning you. Mysteries many our shamans can untangle. Caliph also desires visit.
How can a man alone cross the desert?
There are friends of the Soptis living in the desert. With friends, any man can cross the desert great.
Perhaps I could come later, after I have dealt with the sorcerer.
Pecadoli micratum, et cali abrastum, as my people say. This means, if you don't prepare, then you will be late. Understand? Quest important you may have, but time is now to prepare with visit. I tell you extra secret little. Admiration lavish is Soptis' way. This impressed greatly Caliph.
Could you tell me again, what was that phrase you used?
You mean pecadoli micratum et cali abrastum? It means, if you don't prepare, then you will be late.
See what I mean? What he said, I typed it down now, because I get the feeling I should try to remember this. I've got only 2 and they're both running out of paper, like I showed. The one that I just wrote on has only 8 pages left, and this has about 14 or 15, so just the double. I mean, they must be dirt cheap because they're so small, you know.
Farewell for now, King of the North.
Three kingdoms to visit in the future. Great. Now let's jump down the well. Whee! The opening of the well doesn't seem to be positioned directly over the river. Now, unfortunate for you that no one has yet invented the parachute. You hesitate as you realize that a rope is not really yours to take. And after a bit of thought, you decide that it's not useful. The castle's main gate leads back into the courtyard. At night, the portcullis is lowered and the guards are increased. During the day, travelers and petitioners arriving at the way station are ushered in to make their petitions before the king and queen. The cobblestone road leading away from the way station extends across the boundaries of the kingdom. This is its source point, the beginning of the road that will take you to the High Tower Mountains and the confrontation with Sanui. Brinfan, Slatan ni Patan, High Tower, and Soptis Ecliptus. Well, let's go to Brinfan first then. The grounds here are immaculately kept except for the mushrooms dotting the lawn. You're standing in the middle of a sweeping field of well-kept grass. Small mushrooms and large rocks dot the landscape. A single fairy sits on the rock and watches your every move with ill-concealed scorn. The guardian globe appears as a coruscating ball of color, but you sense that it is alive in some semi-magical way. Your teachers will be very pleased that The fairy is small and feminine looking, though they're all alike, or like that, so it's hard to tell the sex of this one. It occasionally grins at you in an annoying way. The well-trimmed hedge runs in all directions away from here. The only visible entrance is the path between the topiary toads. The fairies like their privacy. The amazingly lifelike hedge carvings are a wonder to behold. I get the feeling if I get too close or try to enter without permission, the toads will eat me. Little mushrooms, or maybe they're toadstools, dot the grass all around you. They look edible, but you've never been fond of mushrooms. Me neither. I don't like mushrooms. They would be easy to pick, but you don't like the taste that the fairies might not appreciate your despoiling their lands. Better leave them alone.
Here comes a fairy, dressed in a cape. If he had any more hair, he'd look like an ape.
Apparently, we're going to a wedding with a gorilla.
And a good day to you, my fine fairy.
I mean, I have eaten mushrooms, you know, in a brown gravy, like in a sauce and such, but even there, I'm like, eh. I just don't like their taste, and also a little bit of some texture is also a little eh. So, never been a fond of.
With biting wit. What a shame he's used all of it.
Never been that fond of mushrooms in general.
I seek the Butterfly King. Is this the way to the forest maze?
There one comes, Fairy Prances. To get inside, you've missed your chances.
Thank you. May your children be a blessing to you.
You're the least fun to tease, fair one, I've ever met. Go on inside. Maybe failing in the forest maze will worsen your temper.
You really just wanted to annoy me and see me get angry, but because I didn't, you allow me to go inside. Ha ha ha, I know your mind games, bitch. I think by now, Goblin, we know that you just prefer margarita pizza. Nothing but the cheese and the tomato sauce. I actually ate some pizza for lunch today. This breaking the hedge is the only way into the land of the fairies. All around you is the hedge maze of Bryn Fan. Somehow you believe you've got to get inside and solve it so you can find the sanctuary woods of the fairies. All around you is the maze you need to negotiate, but you can't even get to the maze to start. The guardian balls are effectively blocking your access to the maze, and the little sprites are giggling at your perplexity. You can hear them whispering to themselves. You catch the words fool and silly floating on the air. The glowing balls of color are sprites, mischievous little creatures of magic that love to torment human beings. You can vaguely see a tiny human form in the center of each glowing ball. The sprites are whispering to themselves. You catch the words like idiot and brainless in their conversation. The hedges of the maze have been carved into fantastic shapes. This one looks like a great serpent out of a legend. This one looks like a cross between a toad and a monkey. Your hope that these are animated sculptures is dashed by their hedge-like silence. The only living things in the maze seem to be the silly little sprites.
My name is Yvonne.
Tell me something that you know.
Only a yellow sprite can make it safe for you to cross. My name is Yvonne.
Is it safe for me to cross?
It is not safe for you to cross now.
The two large glowing balls at the other end of the path look a lot more menacing than the little sprites dancing about. In fact, they look suspiciously like guards. The narrow dirt path leads further west, right down the middle of the maze. Oof! As darkness overcomes you, you ponder the unfairness of life and death, and you wonder if the sprites could have helped you get across safely.
My name is Ralph.
Tell me something that you know.
The sprite can make it safe for you to cross. Can do so only when the first letter of its name is the same as the first letter of its color.
So Yvonne would be the one? Because yellow and Yvonne?
My name is Yancy.
Or it would be Yancy then, maybe?
Tell me something that you know.
There are 8 of us, as you can see. The guards don't count. 4 of us are boys, like me. 4 are girls. We are 4 pairs of brother and sister.
My name is Betty.
Tell me something that you know.
The sorcerer family is evil.
Thanks! Really appreciate it.
My name is Ralph.
Is it safe?
It is not safe for you to cross.
My name is Rachel.
Tell me something that you know.
When I am yellow, the sprite who can make it safe for you to cross is red. My name is Rachel.
Is it safe?
It is not safe for you to cross now.
My name is Yancy.
Is it?
It is now safe for you to cross. My name is Bart.
Tell me something.
Some blue sprites always lie. Others always tell the truth.
Oh boy.
My name is Ralph.
Tell me something.
The sprite can make it safe for you to cross. Can do so only when the first... My name is Ralph.
Is it?
It is not safe for you to cross.
My name is Rachel.
Tell me.
Red sprites always lie.
Oh boy.
My name is Bart.
Tell me
Some blue sprites always lie. Others always... My name is Ralph.
Tell me something.
Unlike most other sprites, my sister's name doesn't start with the same letter as mine.
Well, you're blue, so you must be lying, because I've noticed that there's BBYYRR, so it's blue, yellow, and red. You say there's 8 of you? And I only see 7. There's the 8th one.
My name is...
Tell me something.
The sprite can make it safe for you to cross.
My name is Yvonne.
Tell me something that you...
Only a red sprite can make it safe for you to cross.
My name is Yancy.
Tell me...
Yellow sprites always tell the truth. My name is Bart.
Tell me something.
Some blue sprites always lie. Others always tell...
My name is Yvonne.
Tell me...
Only a red sprite can make it safe for you to cross.
Well, if yellow sprites always tell the truth, and it was yellow when I talked to her, then red sprites would be the only ones getting me through.
My name is Jim.
You're someone new.
Tell me something
Jim.
that you know.
My sister tells the truth when she's blue.
Ah. My brain is hurting. Anybody else think that this is going to be the worst puzzle in the game? Alright. Okay. We need to talk to these things when they're yellow, blue, and red. Gather all the information that each one of them gives us when they're those colors. Then we need to compare all the notes that we gather from them to find out the truth on who can help me. And once we figure that one out, we'll talk to the right sprite, and ask them in their perfect color when it's safe to go through. Hey, Vic. The only thing worse than a maze, a logic puzzle. Yep. I need the big boy for this. There's not enough room anywhere else to write down all of this. I hope I really don't need to. You have achieved a score of 16 out of 250. This gives you the rank of Dog's Buddy. I see. Okay, let's start with you in yellow.
My name is Bart.
Tell me something that you...
Some blue sprites always lie. Others always tell the truth.
Bart in yellow form. Bart in yellow form says some blue truth or lie. Don't know if I can believe any of that. Talk to you in yellow.
My name is Jim.
Tell me something that you know.
Jim in yellow form says,
My sister tells the truth when she's blue.
Sister truth when blue.
My name is Jane.
Uh-huh. So that's the sister, Jane. And you in yellow form say...
Tell me something.
My brother tells the truth when he's blue.
Bro, truth when blue. So pretty much both of you are lying. Or the other one is lying. Because Jim said that the sister tells the truth when she's blue, but she's also saying that her brother will tell the truth when he's blue. So these both are liars. So I cannot trust anything that they say. I mean, they're contradicting themselves already. I mean, that's the only logical solution there. They're both liars and they never will tell me the truth. Ever. Even if they're blue, they will never tell me the truth because both of these are lies that they're telling. You gotta remember, the fairy people, and I'm sure the sprites belong to their kingdom, they're mischievous and they have a need to annoy humans. And what other best way to annoy a human than logic puzzles?
My name is Rachel.
Alright. Alright, Rachel. You in yellow form say...
Tell me something that you know.
When I am yellow, the sprite who can make it safe for you to cross is red.
When yellow... Red... Sprite. Make safe is red. Alright. This is gonna take fucking forever.
My name is Jim.
Is it safe?
It is now safe.
I don't believe it.
Cross.
Because Jim, you're a liar.
My name is Yvonne.
Alright. So we have Yvonne in yellow.
Is it safe for me to cross?
Why did I ask
It
that?
is not safe for you to cross.
That was the wrong thing to say.
My name is Yancy.
Yancy schmancy. As long as I'm rich. Well, Yancy in yellow form says...
Tell me something that you know.
There are 8 of us, as you can see. The guards don't count. 4 of us are boys, like me. 4 are girls. We are 4 pairs of brother and sister.
There.
My name is Yancy.
Tell me.
There are 8 of us, as you can see. The guards don't.
My name is Yvonne.
Tell me something that you know.
Only a red sprite can make it safe for you to cross.
Red makes safe. Now there's two sprites that have said that the sprite who makes it red, or who makes it a safe path, is red. So that is the truth, I would imagine. So we need to find out who it is that is red. But also when Rachel is yellow, then the red one will make it safe. Ugh.
My name is Rachel.
Alright, when Rachel is red, let's see what you say.
Tell me something that you know.
My brother is either Bart or Yancy.
I mean, you should know. They're your brother. I mean, I would imagine that it was the first letter to go by, who is the sister-brother combination, like Jim, Jane, Yvonne, Yancy. But I would imagine with Rachel it would be Bart, because I don't remember. I mean, there's still 2 that we haven't.
My name is Betty.
And there's Betty, so it would be Betty and Bart. Betty in yellow.
Tell me something that you know.
The sorcerer family is evil.
Still the greatest information.
My name is Yancy.
Tell me something.
There are 8 of us, as you can see. The guards don't.
My name is Jane.
Tell me.
My brother tells the truth when he's blue.
My name is Ralph.
So Ralph is the last one. and then we're currently red. So let's see what he has to say as a red.
Tell me something.
Only a blue sprite can make it safe for you to cross.
So far, all yellow statements seem to be true. Ah, but you forget, like I explained before, Jim and Jane both tell us that the other one is telling the truth when they're blue. And this was a statement that they said when they were yellow. I mean, if it's only when they tell the truth when they're only blue, they're both lying with the yellow statement. So in all, Jim and Jane are the biggest liars of the group. We cannot trust them in anything they say, because they contradict themselves immediately. Unless the other one is actually telling the truth. That's the logic that we need to find.
My name is Jim.
Okay, Jim. Since I was just talking about you, let's see what you say when you're red.
Tell me something.
Yellow sprites always lie.
This is all the notes that I've been making so far.
My name is Bart.
Alright, Bart, let's see your red response.
Tell me.
My sister tells the truth when she's blue.
Is this true? Blue. Can you not cross when the liar says it isn't safe? But Goblin, I don't know who the liar is, and I don't know what color they need to be. I mean, so far, we cannot make any deductions on who is telling the truth and who I need to listen to get past this.
My name is Rachel.
And you say brother is either Bart or Yancy.
Tell me.
My brother is either Bart or Yancy.
And that is a lie because there's Ralph.
My name is Bart.
And you say that your
My
sister tells the truth
when she's blue.
Yeah, but you said in yellow form that some blue tell the truth and some lie. So, if she tells the truth when she's blue, you could be telling the truth when you're yellow. Who knows?
My name is Yvonne.
Alright, Yvonne. Let's see what you say in red.
Tell me.
Only a yellow sprite can make it safe for you to cross.
She's lying about everything. When she was yellow, she said that red makes it safe, and now as red, she says yellow only safe. She's lying about everything. Yvonne is a pure liar.
My name is Yvonne.
Yep.
Tell me.
Only a yellow sprite can make it safe. My name is Yvonne.
I'm following you.
Tell me.
Only a yellow sprite can make it
No,
safe
don't-
for you to cross. My name is Yvonne.
Tell me something.
Only a red sprite can make it safe for you to cross.
Okay, when she was red, she said yellow. But when she was yellow and blue, she said that red makes it safe. I mean, that's two statements saying red and one statement saying yellow. Oh, God.
My name is Betty.
Okay, Betty, what do you say when you're red?
Tell me something.
The sprite who can make it safe for you to cross can only do so when the first letter of its name is different from the first letter of its color.
My name is Jim.
Okay, Jim, what do you say in blue? This is the last statement I get from you.
Tell me some.
The sprite who can make it safe for you to cross can only do so when the first letter of its name is different from the first letter of its color.
That's what Betty just said when she was red. My brain is dying. My brain is completely dying right now.
My name is Jim.
Tell me.
Yellow sprites always lie. My name is Jim.
Tell me.
The sprite who can make it safe for you to cross. My name is Ralph.
Tell me.
Only a blue sprite can make it safe. My name is Ralph.
Alright, Ralph. I need your yellow response. I already had the red one.
Tell me something.
The sprite can make it safe for you to cross. Can do so only when the first letter of its name is the same as the first letter of its color.
So what this is a puzzle of contradiction. We need to get all of this, then look at them at each other, figure out who's telling the truth, who is lying, and from there find out who is the sprite that will get us through. Why did it have to be 8? I'm playing this on easy. I can only wonder how hard this would be on the challenging puzzle level. It will be impossible to get through. I do have hints and such open. I'm gonna and a walkthrough. I'm gonna actually just for... Well, I just died, right? Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna go check on those. To see what they say about this freaking puzzle. Okay, so the question now is, do we want to solve this puzzle on our own, Or should I just look up the puzzle answer from a walkthrough? Because apparently this is the most time-consuming one. I mean, I'm almost there, but I feel like my brain is dying already. I mean, even I'm losing patience, and I'm usually the most patient guy when it comes to puzzles. Yes, and stubborn and everything. Screw this. Well, I'm looking up. So, what is the, Alright. I mean, even the walkthrough says here, meeting the sprites means for you to solve one of the most time-consuming riddles in this game. But lucky you, aren't you just reading a complete game solve? I mean, the walkthrough is not even telling you. To save you from spending a whole night on figuring out what to do here and how to pass the guards, I will share my knowledge on this. Let's see what another walkthrough would say about this. Yeah, it was a logic puzzle of lying and telling the truth. One color that makes them tell the truth, one color that makes them tell a lie, and the other color, third color, is a truth or a lie. One color to rule them all, indeed. Well, at least now I know the answer. Now I know the answer and we can get through. Even the game was like, no, solve this on your own, otherwise I crash. Well. Oh, you're not gonna solve this on your own? Well, screw you! Alright, so what we need to do is find Ralph when he's red.
My name is Jane.
Is it?
It is now safe for you to cross. My name is Rachel.
Is it?
It is now safe for you to cross.
My name is Jim.
Is
It is now safe for you to cross.
My name is Yvonne.
Is it?
It is now safe for you to cross.
My name is Buck.
Is it?
It is now safe for you to cross.
My name is Jane.
Is it?
It is now safe for you to cross. My name is Rachel.
Is it?
It is not safe for you to cross now. My name is Betty.
Is it?
It is now safe for you to cross.
My name.
Is it safe?
It is now safe for you to cross. My name is Jim.
It would be nice if it actually showed me the friggin' names.
My name is Ralph.
Is it safe?
It is not safe for you to cross now.
There we go. We needed Ralph to say that in red, because apparently that is a lie. That he's telling while everybody else is telling. No. That was I don't know. Still. Awful. The splendor of the clearing in the fairy forest makes you wonder what the forest itself is like. Flowers and huge mushrooms abound here, as do a large collection of giant toads. Imagine if someone got lucky with that one, picked the right one at the right moment, yeah? I mean, I'm sure some people might have tried that, just to brute force when going through all of them in all the colors and asking them if it's safe to go through. And then suddenly that happens when you get Ralph. They have no clue what others were banging their heads about. Yeah. I mean, when Ralph was red, he said that blue can make it safe. So apparently, red one is always a lie. Which makes sense when I look at all the red things that they said. But from the other things, from the yellow and blue colors, then I should have if I had kept going, I would have figured out that Ralph is the one that will let me through. Somehow. That kind of a puzzle would take freaking forever if I had played this back in the day. If I had played this back in the day, I don't think I would have tried to get through that puzzle. But then again, me and my brother played through Conquest of Camelot without a freaking walkthrough. Back in the day. We actually looked everything up from encyclopedias and such. Because Conquest of Camelot actually has lots of real information in it. And if you look up the real stuff about the things in the game, you actually can solve the puzzles, especially with the flowers and all the symbols that you find when you get to the Promised Land. Hey, Diginferno. Welcome to just getting past one of the annoying puzzles in this game, apparently. I'm glad that we're through that, so the rest of the puzzles in the game are going to be a lot easier. Well, maybe not easier, but at least they won't be as tedious as that one was. I wouldn't play... if I had played this back in the day, I think that it would have stopped me from playing adventure games ever. And I would have missed out on Curse of Monkey Island. Nah! Never would happen. I just move on to the next game. The splendor of the fairy forest makes you wonder what the forest itself is like. Flowers and huge mushrooms abound here, as do a large collection of giant toads. Beautiful grass and flowers carpet the ground here in Brynfan. Great cow! Those are big toads! You've heard of toadstool circles, but this is ridiculous. Huge mushrooms dot the grounds here, the way normal-sized ones were scattered in the grass outside the Brynfan. If the size of the critters at the other end of the clearing is any indication, everything is big here. What is it about Brynfan that causes such weird growth? So, somebody has been doing some wood cutting. You had this idea that all of nature was undisturbed in Brynfan, but apparently even the fairies need firewood. You have never seen anything quite so magnificent as the King of the Fairies. Part man, part insect, you can't help wondering if he fears the toads. Grand and sparkling. He's also unlike any of the other fairies. He gives you a nod and a sage smile as you look at him. The deep forest of Brynfan is often known as the Sanctuary Woods. No human being has ever entered and left, though the rumors are that any human who wishes may do so, but that none who enter ever want to leave. The flower gardens are untended but beautiful, with no sign of weeds. Okay, Goblin, enjoy your nap. Some of the flowers are unnaturally beautiful, almost as if they were made of crystal. A delicate flower of crystalline beauty rests amongst the normal flowers of the fairy gardens. Something tells you that if you wish, you may have the flower for your own.
And who might you be?
Your worst nightmare. By the way, Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
I am Kalish, King of the Fair. I didn't ask you who you were. I asked you who you might be. I might be any number of people, I suppose. Not true at all. You are clearly only one person. I am Kalish.
I also noticed that he has 2 pairs of arms. So he really is like an insect. I mean, he's got the antennae, 2 pairs of arms, butterfly wings. Keep the robe on. I don't want to see if you have a stinger.
I don't know the word Kalish. What does it mean? It's my name. So, in your language, Kalish means it's my name. No. Kalish itself is a name. What does Kalish mean, then? I don't know. Now I understand. You're very confusing. You think this is confusing? You should try to learn the language of the Soptus Ecliptus. In their language, one word can mean many different things. For instance, in Soptus Ecliptus, the word shush means sand, but put the special broadening sound tra in front of it, tra shush, and it takes on a greater meaning, om. Put another tra shush, and it means safety. Another tra shush, and it means the will of the people. So you see, their special word tra, added to a root word, makes bigger and more grand words.
And your whole point is that you've been puffing up some mushrooms and give me some? Is that the point here?
That's very interesting, but I was wondering... I can see that. All right, I have a little quiz for you. I hope you were paying attention.
Shit.
Who might you be? Anyone. What did you tell me the word Kalish means? I don't know. If the Soptus Ecliptus word Sohan means woman, what does Tra Sohan mean? Trouble. In your own language, answer this question. What is my name? The Butterfly King. What will happen to you if you eat some of this mushroom? I'll get in trouble. Some of your answers are displeasing, for they show that you do not yet understand me well enough to speak with me. Let's forget this conversation ever took place, shall we?
Well, at least you didn't throw me away, so I can try again.
And who might you be? I am Kalish, King of the Fair. I didn't ask you who you were. I might be any number of people, I suppose. Not true at all. I am. I don't know It's my name. So in your... No. What does I don't know. Now You're very confused. You think this is confusing? You should... For instance, in Soptus Ecliptus, the word shush means sand. But put another tra shush. And that's very interesting, but I can see that. All right, I have a little quiz. Who might you be? King Kalish of Grand Kalahak. What did you tell me the word Kalish means? I don't know. If the Soptus Ecliptus word Sohan means woman, what does Tra Sohan mean? Lots of women. In your own language, answer this question. What is my name? The Butterfly King.
What will happen to you if you eat some of this mushroom?
I'll get sick.
Some of your answers are displeasing, for they show that you do not yet understand me well enough to speak with me. And who?
I am Caliph.
I didn't ask.
I might be any number of people.
Not true at all.
I am.
I don't know.
It's my name.
So in your...
No.
What does
I don't...
Now,
You're very confused.
You think this is... For instance, in Soptus Ecliptus, the word shush means sand. Put another tra shush, and it means...
That's very interesting.
I can see that. Who might you be?
Any number of...
What did you tell me the word?
I don't...
If the Soptus Ecliptus...
Lots of...
In your own language, answer this question. What is my name?
I don't know.
What will happen to you if you eat some of...
I'll get sick.
Some of your answers are
Damn it.
displeasing, for they show that you...
I wonder where I'm failing. I'm trying to understand.
I might be any number of people.
Not true at all.
I am.
I don't know.
It's my...
So...
No.
What does...
I don't...
Now...
You're very
You think, for instance... Put another...
That's very interesting.
I can see that. Who might you be?
Any...
What did you tell me?
I don't...
If the Soptus Ecliptus...
Lots of...
In your own language, answer this question. What is my name?
The butter...
What will happen to you if you...
I won't like...
Some of your answers are displeasing, for they show that you do not yet understand me well enough to speak with me.
The Butterfly King...
If this conversation ever took place, shall we?
The Butterfly King, King of the Fairies, sits patiently atop it, watching you with laughter in his eyes. I mean, I can understand when he says about the Soptus Ecliptus, that when you add the tra in front of the word for woman, it means lots of women, because, you know, sand becomes home, and then safety, and then the will of the people, so it becomes grander and grander. So with women, it would become lots of women, instead of home or trouble. I'm just trying to understand his logic in this insanity. I mean, that's the whole thing. Just understanding his way of understanding things, which is very warped. I mean, you gotta understand that he is the king of the fairies, which means that he is doing this to annoy us, not to get the proper answers. Instead, he wants us to be mischievous. Probably. I would imagine it would be trouble. Maybe. So maybe he's looking for us to answer all of these like we are the dumbest person in the world.
And who? I am Cal. I didn't ask you who you were. I asked you who you...
I might be any number of people.
Not true at all. You are clearly only...
I am.
I don't know the word.
It's my name.
So in...
No.
What does...
I don't...
Now...
You're very confusing.
You think this is confusing. For instance, put another...
That's very interesting.
I can see that. Who might you be?
I mean, he is asking whom I might be, and I did answer I could be of any number of people. But he said that it's not true. And we tried to explain Kalash to him, but that's going to be I don't know, because that's what we answered. So we could be anyone.
What did you tell me the word Kalish means?
But we tried to say that it's our name, but he understood when we said, I don't know.
I don't know.
If the Soptus Ecliptus word Sohan means woman, what does Tra Sohan mean?
Trouble.
Trouble.
In your own language, answer this question. What is my name?
Kalash?
Kalish. What will
Kalish?
happen to you if you eat some of this mushroom?
I'll get in trouble.
Very good, King of the Fair. You understand the fairy
Yes.
mind passing well, I'd say. Know that I understand the minds of the fair passing well myself. And I know the quest that is in thy mind and heart.
You understand the fairy mind passing well, I'd say. I have no fucking idea. I'm still confused about the right answers. At least I got them right, and...
Here, take this gift of power, for it is said that only by the 3 stones of power can Sanwi truly be defeated.
So that's why I'm on the quest of going to all these kingdoms. This is one of the power stones whose prophecy is to bring about the destruction of the sorcerer. This one is red, like the flowers in the garden here. What would be the best way to thank him? You okay, Gabriel?
Thank you, and may your children be a joy to you.
And now, I deem it is time for another quiz. Listen carefully and answer properly, for I have little time to waste. Why do fairies tease the fair?
They like to test their limits.
Which is the greatest race in Grand Kalahak?
The race of the 500 chariots.
Why must Sanwi be destroyed?
Because he will not stop until I am dead.
So you are well versed in our lore, King of the Fair. Let us speak longer, for as you know, I am the Butterfly King, ruler of Bryn Fan. You have received your gift, but you knew not that it was here before you came. Why did you come then?
I came seeking knowledge that might help me against Sanwi.
The fairy legends concerning Sanwi say that his own magic will be the start of his downfall. Somehow you must use his powers against him before you can even begin to defeat him.
Huh. So like a counter spell of a kind, so to speak. So when he uses his powers, we should have some kind of a reflector shield or something on, so it reflects his spell against himself. No sir, I don't like this game. Why not? I'm fascinated by this game. There's such a interesting writing here with the fairy people.
I have come to seek your wisdom.
What little I have of it, I will share with you. My expertise lies in magic, spells, arcane knowledge, prophecy. There is much prophecy concerning you, O King of the Fair.
Really? Prophecy?
And what say the oracles?
I know that you are ensorcelled. I detect a powerful spell about you, though I know not what it is. Whatever it is, it has affected your memory, for I warrant you don't remember being ensorcelled recently.
So that was the shadow in the doorway at the beginning of the game. Somebody put up the spell on us. Huh. Fascinating.
Indeed, I do not. That is very interesting. Well, thank you, Butterfly King, and may your children be a blessing to you.
And thank you, King of the Fair. Here is another gift for you, from my heart. This figurine was carved from a single limb of an ancient oak. Please accept this as my wish for good luck and a safe journey.
Thank you. 2 gifts. Much appreciated. The Butterfly King lovingly passes you a small, beautifully carved figure of a bird. Alright. May I also take this crystalline flower that is over there? The Power Stone is like other spell spheres, smooth, colorful, and vibrant with innate power. It is difficult to tell by look or feel exactly what purpose it serves or what significance its color has. The figurine is beautifully crafted. It reminds you of a bird-shaped flute you had as a child, but it has no holes for making music. You would swear that each time you look at it, its shape is slightly different. Yeah, I wonder too. Although I have my suspicions. The flower comes free from the ground with a soft ping. A hint of crystal stem in the ground leads to believe that another will someday grow in its place. This item would make a nice addition to some collector's trove. The flower is of fine and delicate crystal. It looks as though a master craftsman spent a year in its making. How remarkable that it should just grow in the fairy forest. The handcrafted wood is beautifully polished and feels wonderful to the touch. But if you were expecting something magical to happen, you're out of luck. As you rub the sphere on your sleeve, it gleams brighter than before. You would almost swear it hums with pleasure. A lovely golden crown sits atop a small toadstool surrounded by the gigantic toads. Funny, that crown looks familiar. Hey, it's the exact shape of the crown symbol on the secret door in the meeting chamber of the castle. Huh. I get the feeling that we need that crown. Can I talk to the toads? The gigantic toads stare at you with worldly wise eyes. There's no other reply. Alright. Whoop! I knew it. Sticky tongue glue coats your body as you feel the gullet of the giant toad sucking you in. Your last thought is that if Toad had enough food of its own, it wouldn't have needed to eat you. Yeah, I knew it too, Gabriel. I just needed to check if that will happen. I'm glad it did. So we need to distract the toads somehow. I wonder if I can talk more with the king about the toads.
May your children be goodbye, and may Cow protect you.
Thanks. Bye. I do have an idea. I do have an idea. Toads are not known for their strict diets, but they do prefer small organic things like the flies that occasionally buzz about. Alright. So the fruit didn't work. I'll have to find something else for them then. If only I could catch that butterfly. I do have to say that the puzzle that is on this part is even, worse than having go through a maze. I would have preferred to go through a maze than having to do that kind of a stupid puzzle. Right? Even as Kalash travels through the kingdom on his quest to destroy the sorcerer, the Dragonsphere is stirring. With each crack in the facade of the sphere, the castle dwellers know that the spell-holding Sanwi within his tower weakens. With each stirring of the dragon, they know that Sanwi becomes more awake.
Oh, Lakhela, the Dragonsphere is cracking further. Will he get there before the sorcerer emerges?
Call me Mother, my dear. You are married to my son, after all. It's only right.
Your name is Lakhela? Here is my wife, Lakhela. Dear, have you ever thought about changing your name? It runs in the family. It was my grandmother's name. I was expecting it to be your grandfather's name.
Very well, Mother. Are we in danger, do you think?
Fear not, child. The sphere has barely begun to break. We have much time yet.
I think this is just tied to the story, Gabriel. Each time we do something big, this will happen, a cutscene. It's a well-known in adventure games. It's just tied to the story. No time limit or such.
I suppose you're right. I'm being ridiculous.
Just remain calm, my dear, and leave everything to our hero.
To our hero, your husband, my son, and the one who came from my loins. You know, that guy. So, do we go to Soptis Ecliptus or Selatan and Nipatan? That is the question. We're talking nomads or shapeshifters? I think I'm gonna go to... Actually, which one would be more interesting? I think I'm gonna go to the shape changers. Dotted path reminds me of Quest for Glory 3.
This is a protected land. What is your business?
I am the king. Step aside and let me pass.
I beg pardon, Majesty. None may enter this land without escort, even you. Especially you.
Why can no one travel alone?
You know the tales, Majesty. If
Tales.
a lone person ventures into shifter land, the dirty shifters will kill him, take the likeness of the victim, and emerge pretending to be him. If we didn't patrol the borders night and day, they might murder us in our sleep. You'd never know if your wife or best friend was actually a shifter.
Now this sounds like the plot of Fallout 4.
They are my subjects and deserve respect.
Respect? Ha! They're filthy, creepy thieves and they should all be exterminated. Begging your pardon, but you know it's true.
Despite your feelings, I must enter this land.
Not without you have a companion, my lord.
Is there anything I could give you to let me go in?
Anything you want to give us, we'll gladly take.
Of course. I need to bribe my own guards in order to go through. Overprotective, superstitious bitches. I mean, I am their king. My rule is law. If I say I go through without a freaking escort, I go through without a freaking escort. I'm gonna fire you, skewer you, put your heads on a fucking pike because you're not listening to your king. Treason! Off with their heads! Right? Anyway, it's dinner time. Music, I hope you're not going to be playing in the background. Then never mind. I was trying to get back to the game, and it crashed again. Okay. Sensitive game on crashing. What's on the menu? Who knows? I guess what's on the menu is what I find today. I haven't planned anything. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, there's actually something new that I want to try out, so let's just take that. A kind of a smoked salmon casserole kind of thing. I saw this and I wanted to try it out, so I mean smoked salmon, it has to be good. Smoked salmon is the best. You can never go wrong with smoked salmon. To my Finnish viewers, if they're curious. Where's the loading? How I miss you already. Kiusaus also means temptation. Yes, it has two meanings in Finnish. Temptation and a food. A dish. Let me actually see if there's a translation for the dish. Yeah, temptation, but it's a casserole. Yeah. Temptation, enticement, casserole. An oven-baked dish based on sliced potatoes, onions, and a cream, which may have been mixed with meat, fish, or vegetables. That's what gyusaus is. The casserole. The most basic one that you always see people make in restaurants or school lunch, for school lunch or such, is ham and potato casserole. But to make it exactly what it is, you have to have sliced potatoes, onions, and it's in cream. But then you add whatever you want into it and put it in the oven, and that's it. It's just the way it's made that makes it the different kind of a casserole. Smells very divine of smoked salmon. I mean, this is such a good smell. A really strong. Now to find out if the taste is as good as the smell of smoked salmon. I even got dill. There's plenty of dill. Look at that. Look at that dill. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Dill goes so well with salmon. And potatoes. I mean, look at that. Now stop focusing on my face. Focus on the food. Stupid camera. You can see the sliced potato right there. That dill, man. We used to have that sweet, but I think they've stopped selling it. At least I haven't seen the dill potato chips here in a long while. It has green bits, now you get to eat healthy. Kartano has those. Really? This is so good. Got a nice amount of onions in there. The smoked salmon is just... And the dill is just perfect amount. It's not too much, but it's enough that you can taste it. But if you do put too much dill, it's overpowering. But not here. It mixes perfectly. Wow. This is good. And this is the kind of food you could easily make if you just buy the raw ingredients yourself. At least I also got to eat fish. It's been a while since I have eaten fish. And they do say that you should eat fish at least once or twice per week. Oh. We got only 2 kitty cats, because apparently they've run out of food. I wonder why! No, there was no fat cat that haven't eaten the food like hours ago. There's melange in the pot. And there we got socks under the box again. Also, I've done a little bit of changes in the yard. I've added a headspace in black up there. And the headspace that was down here, I've replaced with the elegant hammock. It's very gold and very, very, very red. Yeah, that is pretty much a box of socks. Yep. He's so happy. Let's take another look at these kitty cats in 10 minutes or so. The highlight of dinner time, looking at the cartoon kitties. Also, when I was looking for the covers for the games, as you always know that I have the cover of the game behind me on the green screen, I learned a few things. I had forgotten that there is another option. Since City Skylines won't work on stream anymore, Planet Zoo is going to be the replacement, but I had another one that could have been another replacement for it. Although I might play it just on its own then, since Planet Zoo will be the replacement for City Skylines. Because the other game has an ending to it, so... And the second thing that I learned, that all the games that I've installed, one of them is actually a Jordan Mechner game, the one who created Prince of Persia and Karateka, and I didn't even know. What surprise. Because it's an adventure game. Not of the platforming kind. That's what surprised me, that it was a Mechner's handiwork. I do wonder what I'm gonna play after Dragonsphere. Maybe some different genre than adventure. Although I do have tons of adventure games installed now. Just wonder which one to go for. Maybe a puzzle platforming game? That would be interesting. So many choices. Or StarCraft, huh? Well, that actually not only has a campaign, yeah, I could do those for just random game times. I mean, if enough people are curious to find out what games I haven't planned, I can tell. I mean, some people like to be surprised to see what is the next game that I'm gonna play. Don't need to know all of them, but a juicy teaser would be nice. Well, I wouldn't know how to tease it about them. Well, I guess one teasing way would be saying, like, one of the FPSs that I have planned is where we have to be on the lookout for a rogue AI. Because there will be looking out for us because we're a hacker. And one of the adventure games that I have in plans is going to be where we don a long coat, an interesting hat, we'll have a pipe to smoke, a violin to play, and we will have our spyglass and magnifying glass with us, because the game might be afoot. But I will have to say, I have many games installed. And pretty much nearly all of them are games that I have either tried only for a little bit or never played before, or not even seen played before. Although there is at least one that I know is a complete piece of crap that I want to play. I meant to say magnifying glass, not spyglass. But then you never know, you might find one and use it in some interesting ways. And also it's going to be one of the early ones, so it'll be early 3D ones, so it's going to be awkward. Just like The Awakened. It might get a little bit silly. I did say that they're not all of them. I did say, didn't you listen to me when I explained? I said that there are some that I have played only a little bit, but it's mostly they are games I've never played or even seen. Couple of them I've seen played, one I've seen played through I've seen played all the way through, but mostly are games that I've never played. And there are at least 2 games that I played years before. All the way through. But it's been many years since I played them, so. I mean, that's what the whole month is about. Finally playing games that I bought long time ago, but still haven't played. Now I'm getting to them. Finally playing them. That's the whole deal. Oh, kitty cats! Have more of you come through now that we waited 10 minutes? The answer would be yes. Is that Spud? No, that's Spooky. Spooky has arrived in the tent. Quicksilver is sleeping in the night egg. And there's several cats around here. Look at all those kitty cats. So many sleepy kitties today. Whose butt is that? It's Sunny. Alright. And that was Gozer, Coco, Kelly, and Pickles. Oh, I didn't even notice that Marshmallow was around. Didn't even notice Marshmallow up there. It makes you wonder, how are they positioned under there if they're only their butt is out? Like, how are their hind legs positioned when we cannot even see them? Weird kitty cats. Weirdos. And let there be game. So, what should we give to the guards? I get a feeling the fruit might work. The two men on duty here are grim-faced and nervous. They really believe that at any moment, some shifter will emerge from Slathan and try to kill them. They won't hesitate to do you in if you make a false move. Slathan ni Patan, the land of the shifters, is indeed a weird place. All around you, you can see the strangeness that made the guards so nervous and wary. All around you is the weirdest of Slathan ni Patan. It is hard to tell what is a natural formation of what is a shifter playing at shapes. A winding path leads deeper into shifter land. Will the path itself shift and lead you to your doom, as the rumor said will? This small outpost is all the guards have to stay in while on duty. Being assigned to guard Slathan ni Patan must be something of a punishment.
If you don't mean to give us something, don't say you will. Goodbye.
Okay, they just threw me away.
It's splitting more. Why is he taking so long?
Hey there, Mercer. Peace be with you.
A magical quest is not quickly accomplished, my dear.
Do you think, honestly, that he has a chance to succeed?
Well, my dear, frankly, I do not.
Oh, Cal.
Now, don't weep. Perhaps everything will work out for the best.
We shall see. Maybe we are on a time limit. Hey, Blackbird.
This is a protected land. What is your business?
I am the...
I beg pardon, Majesty.
Why can no one...
You know the tales, Majesty. If alone...
They are my...
Respect. Ha!
Despite...
Not without you have a companion, my lord.
I am the king, and you will let me pass.
When we took this post, we swore an oath to do our duty, no matter the tricks, bribes, or trials to which we would be subjected by the dirty shifters. We must do our duty, Lord. If you are truly the king, you will understand that.
Despite your feelings, I must enter this land.
Very cold and snowy. It snowed today.
Not without you have a companion, my lord.
Which is great to have snow on top of ice.
What if I promise to go in only as far as you can see?
I don't think the octopus will help here. Because there's no puzzles to solve.
It sounds as though you mean to trick us, like a dirty shifter might. The answer is no.
Despite...
Not without...
Is there anything I can...
Anything you want to give us, we'll gladly take.
Interesting. I'm shocked that you would try to offer us a bribe, Majesty.
Perhaps it's not the king. Perhaps it's a sturdy shifter.
A king may grant his subjects boons from time to time.
A boon, eh? Fine then. We'll sell it and split the profits, thanking your majesty. Of course, we still can't let you in.
All right, I was bluffing. Give it back.
I thought as much. Here, take it back.
At least I got the goblet back. I guess I can't go in there just yet. Anybody else get the feeling that we're gonna die? Like, in 2 seconds? The desert is so wide and the sun is so hot. Just when you think you must surely perish here in the dry sands and you curse the Soptus who sent you here, you spy a small lean-to in the distance. A friend! Any man can cross the great desert if he has friends. The lean-to looks small and rude and partially buried beneath the sand, but you can see someone moving about near it, and he doesn't seem to be armed or particularly dangerous looking. And you do probably realize, Gabriel, shut up. Let me play the game, and if this is a mistake that I've done, let me suffer the consequences. If you don't like it, well, it's only you. I don't see anybody else complaining. Only you. For once, Gabriel, let me suffer. You're not the boss of me, Gabriel. This is my choice. I've taken this choice. I'll keep going with this choice. The sky is wide and bright, deadly with the hot rays of the sun. Hey, Lisa. The pile of bones is the remains of the Soptus trader's dinner. There's still a bit of meat here and there if you're hungry. But how do you know that I won't finish the game? How do you know? How do you know? Have you played this game before, Gabriel? Tell me. You're just assuming again. You remember, I hate that about you. Always making assumptions. I've told you many times. I don't like it. So it feels like that you just won't let me do things my way. It has to be your way. You're not in control of my life. If I want to do this, I do this. My stream, my game, my rules. I do it the way I want to. And this is the way I want to do it, and I'm doing it. We always have lovers' tips here, Lisa. It's a thing between me and Gabriel. There always comes that one moment in a stream where he just irks me. Rubs me the wrong way. And then this happens. And I hate it when this happens. And this octopus is not helping the situation. I told you, Sweet, that this octopus would not be a good idea. Well, Lisa just arrived, Swede. So of course you haven't said hello to Lisa. She's just arrived like 3 minutes ago. I am very grumpy right now. I'm just trying to calm myself down, but the octopus is not helping. The sign has a few runes of the Soptus language on it. You know enough to know it probably points the way back to your own kingdoms. The desert looks exactly the same to you in all directions. If you didn't know the direction of the sun, you'd be completely lost. No, don't worry, Swede. You're not the problem here. So you don't need to shut up. The trader's lean-to is a jury-rigged contraption consisting of a blanket slung over several wooden poles. The sand itself acts as an anchor. You wonder if it's really any cooler there in the shade. The Soptus trader looks the same as all the other Soptus, tall and grey, with those huge black eyes. He's smiling. All around you is the trackless desert. Thank goodness you found the Soptus trader. You'd surely have died out here. We're preparing ourselves for war against a sorcerer who is about to awaken, and we need to destroy him. But we need to get prepared for the battle. Yeah, it does look like he is wearing a Star Trek uniform, doesn't he? This is where the trader cooks his meals, including the one whose remains are over by the signpost.
Greetings, man of Soptus Ecliptus. Can you help me?
Ka Vinki Odom Tra 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 Shab?
Pekadoli Mekratum. Epkali Abrastum.
Sheshka Akardum, Klim.
Perhaps we should start over again.
Li.
Greetings, man of Soptus Ecliptus. Can you help me?
Ka Vinki Odom Tra 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 Shab?
Where the hell am I supposed to learn their language?
I don't speak your language.
Ep Kodoli Akardum.
If you say so.
Dwebush, Kodoli Trasoptus.
Hell. Despite its lifelike appearance, the figurine has nothing to say or sing to you. I might have some ideas for all this. So let's see, I got the redstone bird figurine and the crystal flower, good. So we can just leave. Let's think. Maybe I can talk with the Soptus Ecliptus in the marketplace. Maybe he'll teach some more words. I mean, at least the Butterfly King taught us about the tra stuff. That the more they say tra, the greater the word becomes. Greater meaning to it. And leads to appease Gabriel. I did load up the previous save, so the crack hasn't. More cracks haven't appeared the sphere now, since I haven't been to the land of the shifters.
Oh, call me Muff. Very well. I suggest remain calm.
Happy now, Gabriel?
And leave everything to our hero.
Just a friendly reminder, next time you tell me to do something like that, I won't do it. I'll be stubborn next time. Stop controlling how I play these games. If I make a mistake, then I make a mistake, okay? That's life. Let me wallow in misery when mistakes happen. Okay? You may not like it, but that's life. If you wanted me to do this perfectly, I would be following a walkthrough to the T, but I'm not because I'm experiencing this game for the first time ever. So I'm trying to figure it out by myself. Hello, Mother. I refuse to suffer from your bad temper just because you piss yourself off. In what way do I piss myself off? Just warned me that the leftover sandwich she made for me yesterday might have been moldy, so I shouldn't eat it. Ooh. Better check it. Because if it indeed is moldy, it needs to be thrown away. You know, pretty much immediately. Having moldy food amongst others, never a good thing. Because that mold might spread. I mean, that's video gaming in general, Gabriel. If I have set up myself for failure later, I've learned from my mistakes. And I know to do better next time. Now, yet again, I'm just pondering which way to go for first. How do I get past the guards? Or how do I talk to that traitor? Those are the puzzles here. If I go to the guards first, then there will be a crack on the Dragonsphere. I mean, the art in the game is awesome. It's not just the clouds. Here we are in a situation where you ask me really touchy questions and you'll be annoyed every time I answer it honestly because it makes me into an asshole. Well, not really an asshole. Just a little bit of a nuisance. I'm the bulldog. You're the oh, what's that? It's right on the tip of my tongue. That animal, the one with the spikes, spines. See them all the time in freaking vet shows. Porcupine. That's it. Yeah, I'm the bulldog. You're the porcupine. I bite you. I suffer. I mean, you do always have good ideas here and there. Not always, but you have good ideas here and there. But I'm playing these games for the first time. Let me play them the way everybody plays them the first time. Mistakes happen, and you learn from them. And you're taking, by you telling me what to do, you're taking away the first experience from me. You understand now? That's why I got angry at you. Stop telling me what to do. No backseatsies, no nothing. Well, there. Aha! I knew it that you would make it with the Rex Nebular. That is different. Because in that game we missed out on an item because I didn't know that I had to go back to an area that I had gone to before because it never occurred to me because the game's puzzles were sometimes stupid. But this is a totally different principle here. Or maybe kind of the similar kind of principle, but still. My point is that I'm playing these games for the first time. And I want to experience them. You know, to the fullest. If this is a time limit that happens in the game with the cracking of the Dragonsphere, then it happens. So pretty much what you really are telling me, Gabriel, in order to save from rage quitting and headaches, is to play the game with a walkthrough when I haven't played the game for the first time. Now, Gabriel is just trying to make sure that nobody gets angry at anything at any point, because anger leads to negative thoughts and negative feelings, and then leads to the dark side, because he is a Jedi. He's trying to be Yoda. Which is understandable, that we shouldn't be getting angry at all. We just want to experience the game to the fullest. But I refuse to spoil anything for myself, because I want to experience the game like a first-time player. I just skipped one puzzle in this game because it was too much of time-consuming of a puzzle. It was annoying. I wanted to get through it faster. Can I just add, the player's first spoiler-free experience is always meant to be the best. If there's a danger of a soft lock or overly tough puzzle or an unknown timer, etc., then that's a bad designer and therefore it's a bad game, not so much the fault of the player. Exactly. But Gabriel just wants to know if there is such a timer, then we should use a walkthrough to avoid the timer. He doesn't like a timer, puzzles, or timers in adventure games in general. He just wants us to avoid the headache of suddenly losing the game while we're like in the middle of the adventure. That's what he wants, just to avoid his own headache. When people backseat that you don't want them to, they usually tend to roll bad dice at Jumanji. They might also get relocated to West of Loathing if they continue. Well, West of Loathing is a good place to get relocated to. Think about the spittoons. Yeah, but such a tiny thing already is backseating, Gabriel. You do realize that. It's still backseating. You're telling me to do a thing. Praise be Roberto. Ugh. I don't know, I don't trust Roberto. I prefer to keep him where he is. So at least you understand my whole point here, Gabriel. Never, ever tell me to do anything, even if it's to load a fucking game because of a stupid timer that might be in the game. I don't know, and I don't want to find out. That's the whole point, Gabriel. If there is, there is. If there's not, there's not. I don't know. I don't care to find out. I want to play the game. First time experience. Don't spoil anything. Spoil no spoilerinos. Gabriel. For fuck's sake. Now you understand? Now you get my point? I'm sorry, people, that it has come down to this. I know you're not entertained. This is always dumb when this happens. But you know, it just happens sometimes. I hate it when it happens. But the thing is, wait, it should not happen anymore. I mean, at this rate, with all this rage happening and with the misunderstandings between me and Gabriel, it usually ends up that I'm not even in the mood of playing the game ever again, because it feels like the whole of you know, the interest in the game and everything just goes away because all I get is just angry. It almost feels like, Gabriel, when you say things like that, that you might not be able to finish watching this because you don't want to experience what's which might probably happen tomorrow. You're assuming again. It might happen. It might not happen. You're just assuming. But the thing is, you're ruining a first-time experience of a video game. That is how you play these games. You just don't assume that if it will happen, it will happen. And you have learned that this game has a time limit. And then once you have learned, you just go back to a previous save and you're like, okay, hunky-dory, now I know. That's how first-time experiences work. You just play the game and see what happens. But if you look up any info beforehand, you have spoiled everything. If there turns out to be a timer, I get 1 free meltdown. Not at you, at the timer. Yes! I mean, of course! That is your reaction to there being a timer. I cannot deny it. I mean, that would be anybody's reaction if they hate timers in adventure games or anything. Any other game. You don't even need my permission. It is your reaction. It wasn't for me, Lisa. The whole reason for this argument is because Gabriel has a feeling that the game might have a timer, and he wanted to find out if there is such a thing and if we can avoid it. But the only way that we can avoid it would be using a walkthrough. And I'm not gonna do that because I'm playing this game for the first time. This has all been just for Gabriel's own peace of mind. Because he doesn't want to explode at the game. Because it might have an unfair timer. Possibly. I'm just explaining Gabriel's side of what this whole argument has been about. But now we have come to an agreement that if there is a timer and it happens and the game ends before we are even close to the end, he can have his meltdown. I mean, even I might have a meltdown. Just like I had already. One. Although I do get the feeling that if there is a timer and we run out of time before the end of the game, I'm just gonna go, Gabriel was right. They always say that good friends argue a lot. I don't argue with my real friends. Real friends? What am I saying? I don't argue with my off-stream friends. I don't even remember the last time we even had an argument. I mean, you guys are my real friends too. You're just my online friends. Should have phrased it so much better. Hey, there's a foot. But yeah, I mean, with my best friends, I don't even remember if we've had an argument ever. I think the last argument we had was over 10 years ago. He's right, you know, this is a parasocial relationship. Now I'm just wondering which way to go first. I mean, it could be either way, but as we know already what the puzzles are, how the fuck am I supposed to figure them out? That's the problem now. What to do? So let's see, we have the bird figurine, crystal flower, the spheres. Well, it's obvious that the guards wouldn't like a bribe because they would think that I'm a shapeshifter if I do that. And apparently, even if I talk with them a lot, their minds won't be changed by just talking. Oops. I argue all the time with my best friend, but we always solve it at the end of the same day, and it always brings us closer to each other. Heck, I think I understand him even better than myself due to all of our arguing. Maybe that's why we're arguing. Right? I thought parasocial was where one party gives their all to someone that's not even aware of their existence. I do, but I grew up with the ideal that if you can call your best friend a bitch in an argument and 10 minutes later laugh at the joke over a cup of tea. Mm-hmm. I wonder if there is if I go to that guy, then I go back there. Okay, so since I did a save here, it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna go back here again. So I can finally move on in the game. The animal bones come apart easily and you end up with something that resembles a leg bone. This is a partly gnawed bone from some unidentified animal. There's quite a bit of well-cooked meat still on the bone. Cold meat was never your favorite, but it might serve if you get really hungry.
Greetings, man of Soptus Ecliptus. Can you help me?
Ka Vinki Odom Tra 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 Shab?
Vinkio Shabbalaclyptus. Trahosan, Trahosan. I guess that was funny, eh?
Lee.
Yeah, it was his last dinner or something. I just wonder how... I know that we now know that Lee is a yes, or affirmative. Epkali abrastum. I guess this phrase, I should have written down the translation so I could have understood their language a little bit better.
I don't understand you.
Epkodoli akartum.
There the crap appears.
Flitting more. A magical quest is not quickly accomplished, my dear.
Uh-huh.
Do you? Well, my dear.
Oh, Cal.
Now, don't weep. Perhaps.
Frankly, my damn, I don't give a dear.
Greetings again, Tilshimet. There is something else I wish to ask you.
Can you give me a translator or perhaps a English to your language to English dictionary?
Very well. I listen.
Could you tell me again, what was...
You mean pekadoli mikratum, epkali ablastum? It means, if you don't prepare, then you will be late.
If you don't prepare, then you will be late. Ja laitetaanko pesää jo pikkulinnuille?
Farewell for now, King of the North.
Pekadoli mekratum. If you don't prepare epkali abrastum, then you will be late. So pe is if, ep is then, ka means you, doli is don't, li is, we know it means, I mean, there could be some books in the castle. We could go check. I mean, we have a good big bookcase. Mekratum is prepare. Abrastum is be late, maybe? I wonder what we need to get through that secret door behind the tapestry. I'm sure we'll get to it later. Are there any books in here? No. She has some in her room. But I highly doubt there's anything more important than the diaries. Yeah, fiction, poetry, and history. Nothing that we want. No books. It's only that one room with the bookcase, but nothing that it will help us. So there is no dictionary to help us. Is there any way to get an escort? Well, we have talked to all the people that we could, but no option for getting an escort, and I haven't gone to the place with the guards to talk about this, so we don't have the information about that right now. Well, it doesn't matter to me, Specky, because I'm not on Discord right now. Maybe once I've gone talk to the guards, I come back to talk with the captain about them. I'm gonna try that out. Already done it. I know what these suspicious books do.
What is your business?
I am the king. Step aside.
I beg pardon, Majesty. None may enter this land without escort, even you. Especially you.
Then escort me, at my command.
Escort me.
We cannot leave this post completely, and we cannot send just one of us. That would be inviting attack. And if a dirty shifter overcame one of us and took his likeness, the other would never know what had happened.
Why do you call them dirty shifters?
You know the tales, Majesty. If a lone person ventures into shifter land, the dirty shifters will kill him.
Then escort.
We cannot leave this post completely, and we cannot send just one of us. That would be inviting.
They are my subject.
Respect. Ha!
Despite your.
Not without you have a companion, my lord.
I am the king.
When we took this post, we swore and...
Despite your...
Not without you have a companion, my lord.
What if I promised to...
It sounds as though you mean to trick us, like a dirty...
Very well.
Farewell in your travels.
Now let's see if the captain of the guards has anything to say about this.
Keep up the good work, Captain.
All's quiet, Your Majesty.
Keep up the good work. What am I, the word wizard now? Keep up the good work. All right. You hesitate as you realize that the bucket is not really yours to take. Maybe the shape changer has some advice?
Greetings, man of Slathen.
Greetings, king.
Oh, never mind. So, once I've talked with all of them and used all of my options, they won't even talk to me anymore. So, talking back to them, going back to them and talking with them again is not an option. At least it seems like that. So, what then? Let's think. Let's think then. They won't let me pass if I don't have an escort, and neither of them can leave their post because they're paranoid motherfuckers. I cannot bribe them because they will think that I'm a shape changer and they will kill me. And there's nobody that I can talk to come with me. So I get the feeling that we're missing something in order to get to the lands of the shape changers. So our other option is just to go to the desert and try to survive there, but I'm not sure if I have enough with me to survive through the desert. I feel like with the trader, I need to somehow communicate with him in order to get something from him. Oh, they would let us pass, but only if I had an escort. That's their point, that I cannot go alone. Hello, Mr. Eridan. Yeah, but we don't have any disguises anywhere. Although we don't know what the red sphere does. Maybe if I tried that out, I'll find out what the magic spell is. Since I've recently watched Mr. Van Dam play this, I'm keeping my proverbial mouth shut unless asked that I can recall details. Tell me at least this, Mr. Eridan. Did Van Dam, Van Dam, solve the sprite puzzle on his own? Hey, Zelda. Do you recall him trying to get through the land of the fairies by solving that annoying? I missed most of his sprite puzzle, so not sure. These are my notes for that puzzle. I got this far, but then my brain broke and I was like, fuck this, I'm not gonna look up the answer. I was there trying to listen to everything they're saying for at least, what, over 20 minutes? And then I just lost my mind. It was like, this is the most tedious fucking logic puzzle to do, and I'm not doing it. I just looked up a walkthrough and it told me the solution. I was like, okay, thanks. It did explain that it's a logic puzzle, how it works. And I was like, well, that would have taken me forever to figure out the answer to.
Peccadoli mecratum, epcali abrastum.
Sheshka Arcardum, Clem.
Clem? Who are you calling a Clem?
If you say so.
Dwebuch, Codoli Trosoptus.
Dolly is, don't. I think. At least. I mean, Dolly is in if you don't prepare. So if you don't prepare, don't is Dolly. Soptus is there. Tra means the addition to it. It did take him a bit to get through, but the last time I saw him, he was doing it on his own. I mean, that was the only puzzle that I had to just not do on my own, because it would have taken forever.
Greetings.
Ka Viki Odom Tra 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 Shop.
Yes.
Ka Viki Odom Tra 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 Shop. Tilsham. Ecliptus. Ecliptus. Shab.
Sand.
Ecliptus. Popo. Ecliptus.
Perhaps we should start over again.
I also remember thinking, what the fuck, blue sprites versus red sprites, but on screen they're all changing colors. They changed between three colors: blue, red, and yellow. Now you need to talk to them with each color to find out what is true, what is a lie, and what is either or. And then you get these color answers from all 8 of them. And then you compare all of them together to find out who's telling what truth is the one that gives you the answer, pretty much. And then you need to pretty much have to figure out who is the one that you need to ask to let you through and to get the proper answer from. It is one of the most tedious logic puzzles I've ever encountered in any adventure game. That's why I gave up on it. Because it would have taken too long.
Greetings, man of...
Ka Viki Odom Tra Tra Tra.
No.
Ka Viki Odom Soptus.
This game, Bannigan, this game! I'm talking about this game! What other game would I be talking about?
No.
Ep Kodoli Akarta.
Ep means then, ko must mean I, doli means don't. I think he says that then I don't understand. Akartu means understand. Probably.
Perhaps we should... Greetings.
Elise, yes.
Ka Viki Odom Tra 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 Shop.
I think he's asking me, you looking for Tra 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 Shab, which is the will of the people. Which is I'm not.
Ka Viki Odom
Soptus. Yes.
Yes.
Ka Viki Odom Soptus Tilsham. Ecliptus. Bala. Ecliptus. Bala. Popo. Ecliptus.
If only I'd understand what their left, right, west, east, north, and south are. Looks like I get to learn. I gotta pick up niece and take her to school. Have fun, everybody, in the meantime. Okay, Mr. Dan. Enjoy the ride. Drive safely. It's north and south.
Perhaps we should... Greetings, man.
Ka Viki Odom Tra 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 Shop.
Yes.
Ka Viki Odom Tra 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 Shop. Tilsham. Ecliptus. Ecliptus. Shab. Ecliptus. Popo. Ecliptus.
Perhaps... Greetings.
Ka Viki Odom Tra 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 Shop.
No.
Ka Viki Odom Soptus.
Yes.
Ka Viki Odom Soptus Tilsham. Ecliptus.
Yeah, why not?
Fala. Ecliptus. Fala. Popo. Ecliptus.
Perhaps.
Lee.
Greetings.
Ka Vinci Odom.
No.
Ka Vinci Odoms.
No.
Ep Ko Doli Acartum.
Perhaps.
Lee.
Greetings.
Ka Vinci Odom. Tratra.
Vinkio Shabphalaclyptus. Trahosan. Trahosan. If you say.
Dwebuch. Ko Doli Trasoptus.
Greetings, man of Soptus Ecliptus. Can you
Ka Vinci Odom. Tratra Trashab.
Pekadoli?
Sheshka Acartum. Klim.
Perhaps we should.
Lee.
Greetings.
Ka Vinci Odom. Tratra Trashab.
No.
So it really is just these two.
Ecliptus. Fala. Ecliptus.
I guess that was.
Lee.
If you say so.
Dwebuch. Ko Doli Trasoptus.
Alright. I guess the only thing I can do is just start going. And the other one is just Ecliptus Fala. So I just go dit. If I can find out what Ecliptus and Fala mean, I'll get somewhere. Let's start going west. If I go east, that'll take me back where I came from. So let's go west, then north. I mean, the only end for this is that I die and I retry. And then I go west. And then I go north again. And there I should be. At least they made the game very challenging. I mean, this is a little bit more challenging than, let's say, King's Quest. You take 2 steps into the desert and you die out of heat. Or a snake will bite you, or a scorpion stings you. Well, it seems that I have died. No more water. So dry, so hot. Perhaps you misunderstood what the native traveler was trying to tell you. You're lost, no more water, too much sand. Should have gone in better directions. Let's try north, west, north, west, north, north. Maybe the Popo Ecliptus means that I need to go Ecliptus twice. But then again, it says Ecliptus Popo Ecliptus. With the other direction. I wonder what Popo means. North, west, north, west. And then north. Might as well just play the whole game by trial and error then. What's the point of anything? I mean, this is pretty much almost trial and error. Well, pretty much it is. The sky is wide and bright, deadly with the hot rays of the sun. If you don't reach your destination soon, your water will run out and that will be that. Fascinating game. I mean, it's difficult, even though I'm playing on easy. I mean, this should supposed to be easy mode, but it's challenging on that as well. But I have to say, they really did put some effort into the puzzles. Although I have to say that the sprite puzzle was a bit too much. What is this, Castle of Dr. Brain? I think you're supposed to figure out what Ecliptus and the other word in the Nomad's country mean based on some dialogue about where their land is located relative to yours.
Greetings, man of...
Carl Vicky Odom Tra-Tra-Tra-Shap.
Yes?
Carl Vicky Odom Tra-Tra-Tra-Shap, Tilsham. Ecliptus, Shab, Ecliptus, Popo, Ecliptus.
I don't understand.
Ep, Kodoli, Akartum.
I have a translation for the word Popo if you wanted. Have the others as well, but Popo gives the least away about the puzzle. Huh?
Greetings, man.
Carl Vicky Odom Tra-Tra-Tra-Shap.
No.
Carl Vicky Odom Soptus.
Yes?
Carl Vicky Odom Soptus Tilsham Ecliptus Bala Eclipbala Popo Ecliptus.
If you...
Webush Kodoli Trasoptus.
Greetings, man of Sop...
Carl Vicky Odom Tra-Tra-Tra-Shap.
I don't...
Ep Kodoli Akartum.
If you...
Webush Kodoli Trasoptus.
Yeah, you might be onto something there, Gabriel. I mean, they are Soptus Ecliptus. Soptus might mean people, and Ecliptus is a direction, which would be the people of the West, like you said. So from there, we can say that Ecliptus is West. So we need to figure out what is Fala, and I think since north was not the way to go, maybe Fala is south. So we go Ecliptus, which is west. And then we go south. Let's hope that we were correct. But Popo Ecliptus. Could it be as simple as opposite of Ecliptus? Nah. I mean, we just went west, south, west, south. And the last one is Popo Ecliptus. I mean, Zelda said that he could spoil it, but it gives the least away about the puzzle in what Popo means. Because I can't figure it out just from his directions. Yes, you can. Better be a good one. Better be a good cryptocant. So is Popo like lastly or something? But it is not then, but I'm assuming it's like lastly, like the last step. This looks different than the death sequence. So I made it. Well, Spicky earlier said, Goblin, that the Discord is not working. So did we make it to another lean-to? Hello? The hot dryness of the very air has been replaced by a cool moisture. You can feel the skin of your face relaxing in the humidity. All around you are the lush appointments of an oasis. The grass, the palms, the people. Two Soptis shaman eye you with some interest, and a Soptis guard is watching you suspiciously. The full shimmering pool of water looks very cool and inviting. It is as precious unto these nomads as gold would be in your own land. You have no idea where it comes from, but you assume it's from an underground spring. The tree looks enough like other trees you've seen that you think a little of it, until you give it a second look. There is something odd and alien about the tree, as though it came from another world, or its ancestors did. This reminds you of stories you've heard about the Soptis themselves. The oasis, the part of the desert with green things growing on it, looks cool and inviting. Without oases like these, would there even be desert nomads? I would say no. The sand here is just as dry and hot as elsewhere in the desert. The oasis is like something created by magic. You're looking for suggestions for cartoons that have very simply drawn, slightly abstract backgrounds, for example Dexter's Lab. High in the sky, the desert moon is visible even during the day. The Soptis worship and revere the moon as the giver of life and consider the sun as a dangerous enemy, which is exactly backwards from the way most other civilizations regard those celestial bodies. The two wizened-looking Soptis sitting on the sand are dressed like wise men or ascetics. These must be the Soptis Ecliptus shaman that Tilshumet spoke of back at the way station. The Soptis guard looks pretty mean. He should be. His function is to guard the equivalent of a king. The grand tent up on the hill is obviously the dwelling of the Caliph himself. It is just as obvious that if you want to see him, you'll have to get past the guard first.
May I speak with you?
Ikahai, Tilsham.
I think Tilsham means traveler. Because Tilshamet was the name of the first Soptis that we talked to. And so his name is literally the Traveler. Not a real name, just the Traveler.
Ika Hai. Kevincus Fastus. Jaga Kapau.
Covinkio Soptis.
K Travinkiotor. Jaga Soptis.
I would be grateful for knowledge you can share with me.
Seeking knowledge is a good thing. What do you ask the shaman?
Apparently I suddenly learned, or they just know how to speak my language now.
I was told by Tilshamet to seek your Caliph.
Tilshamet, huh? We know him. He went traveling to Grand Kalahak. There is an aura strange about you. We can sense it. Who does that make you?
I apologize. I am King Kalish of Grand Kalahak.
Hey there, Reg.
Knowing to who you talk is as important as knowing what enemy you face. If I had known it was you, I would have given you this gift already.
Backpfeifengesicht.
This is one of the power stones whose prophecy is to bring about the destruction of the sorcerer. This one is yellow, like the desert. That easy, huh? I wouldn't know anything about the abstract backgrounds, Goblin, because I don't focus on the backgrounds in the cartoon shows. Kind of something else that always draws my attention.
I thank you. Is there anything you can tell me about it?
Only that it is a stone of power which can...
Do tell, Zelda, do tell, I'm curious.
The prophecies do not say how the stone is to be used, though sometimes they speak of many stones, and sometimes just one.
I think I might speak to the Caliph now.
It's stupid trademark, it means and. Ah, well, it makes sense. I mean, he just told me it's west, south, and west.
Speak to the guard over there. It is his decision as to who shall speak with the Caliph. I will put in a word good for you, O King.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
The Power Stone is like other spell spheres, smooth, colorful, and vibrant with innate power. It is difficult to tell by look or feel exactly what purpose it serves or what the significance its color has. As you rub the sphere on your sleeve, it gleams brighter than before. You would almost swear it hums with pleasure.
I wish to see the Caliph.
No, these guys speak our language.
State your business with my lord, the Caliph.
I desire an audience with the Caliph. I am the king of Grand Kalahak.
The Caliph has been made aware of your presence. Pass within, King of Kalahak.
Hooray! What a huge tent for just one person.
Welcome, oh most great king of the fair. You are most welcome in my humble and dirty tent.
That doesn't look dirty to me. I mean, it's just got sand in it a little bit.
Blessed be the day I found you, O Caliph. Great is your power. My power is as a puff of wind compared to the mighty hurricane of yourself, O King. Now if you would grace me with the answer to the mystery of why you have deigned to enter my miserable abode, my life would be happy. I came at the request of your ambassador, Tilshmet. Tilshmet, ah yes, an adventurous soul. He bore my message well. Many things I can do for you, great king, but first, perhaps, a bit of entertainment. It would overjoy my heart beyond all measure. Then you shall have it. I have a fair one in my employ to perform for you our Dance of the Swirling Winds. I hope you enjoy it. This woman from your own land is an intrepid explorer. She has agreed to serve me for a time in exchange for knowledge and trade goods. She is an excellent dancer.
Hey, Martvarna. Apparently we're getting some belly dancing.
Do you find her beautiful? Perhaps, but I am a married man, you know. I'm afraid I do not understand the connection between my question and your answer.
Oops. Ask me again, O Caliph.
Thank you, great Caliph, for the most exciting and wonderful entertainment I have ever witnessed. I fear I have bored you with my woefully inadequate entertainment. Now we turn to something perhaps more to your interest. Let us wager over a traditional Soptis board game.
Board game?
For every victory you score, I will give you a gift that will aid you on your quest.
Yeah, I was going to make an is no good reference, but I didn't, Zelda. Because I didn't think that anybody would remember is no good. Board game!
Ifrit will aid us in the game. You simply point to the color you predict, and he will draw a gem at random from the bag, and keep track of our scores and whose turn it is.
I had probably 2 comics of Is No Good back in the day.
You can predict red, yellow, green, or purple. There are 12 gems of each color in the bag to start with, and as they are drawn, they are not replaced.
So it's a game of math. Great.
If you predict red, you score 1 point if the gem drawn is red, yellow, or green. If it is purple, your turn ends. If you predict yellow, you score 2 points if the gem drawn is yellow or green. If it is red or purple, Your turn ends.
And if I predict green, I get 3 points if it's only green, and the other colors end my turn.
If you predict green,
Oh, 5 points.
5
Ooh.
points if the gem drawn is green. On any other color, your turn ends.
Ahmed Ahane. Yep. In Finnish, his name was, it wasn't is no good. He was Ahmed Ahane, which is Ahmed the Greedy. Because he wanted to be the Caliph. Kalifiksi Kalifin paikalle. I'm researching all this as I'm learning to draw in that style. Ah.
If you predict purple, you score 12 points if the gem drawn is purple. On any other color, your opponent scores 2 points and your turn ends. Your opponent cannot win from your missed guess. Game is to 16 points.
Okay.
As my honored guest, you may start.
Okay. Can I also save? I'll just save it as I want to be Caliph instead of the Caliph. Kalifiksi Kalifin paikalle. Jep, niin se aina sanoo. Niin se Ahmed aina sanoo. Haluan Kalifiksi Kalifin paikalle. They even had a cartoon show which had an awesome theme tune. But it didn't last long. I only saw like a couple of episodes. It was all the comics just turned into a cartoon show. I will guess yellow.
Very good. As long as you are successful, you keep going. Choose again.
I'll go with green.
Oh, I am sorry. Your turn ends when you predict incorrectly.
Should have gone with purple.
It's my turn now.
Purple.
By the rising sun, I have failed. Your turn now.
Green.
Oh, I am sorry. Your turn ends when you predict incorrectly. I have done it. I go again. By the rising sun, I have failed. Your turn now. Oh, I am sorry. Your turn ends.
So many purple.
Incorrectly. By the rising sun, I have failed. Oh, I am sorry. Your turn ends when you predict incorrectly. I have done it. I go again. By the rising sun, I have failed. Your turn now. Very good. As long as you are successful, you keep going. Oh, I am sorry. Your turn ends when you predict incorrectly. I have done it. I go again. I have done it. I go again. By the rising sun, I have failed. Your turn now.
For this part, it's better to turn it off. Huh! By the cool moon, I have won! I'm sorry, my friend, but I have won. Wouldn't you like to play again? Darn it. It's all about RNG. It's like, well, not all RNG, but it's still mostly RNG. It's a good thing I saved it as RNG and mathematical strategy. The predictions on what could be next if you just count how many of them are there and the probabilities between them, what could be next. In other words, you need to be, like Bannigan said, you need to be Rain Man to do this. Oh, for fuck's sake. Congratulations, you have won. I'm so happy for you. I think you have won enough victories for a prize. Wouldn't you like to play again? No, I wouldn't. What I would like is turn on the speech again. Somebody try exclamation 1. W-O-N, not number.
I won!
There it is.
I would like to, but I must go now.
That didn't sound like the king.
Oh, how sad I am. But it is your choice, of course. You play well. Perhaps
Do I?
sometime you'll return for more. For your victories, I promised you prizes. I have many trinkets and things for your amusement. Then we will speak about the sorcerer.
This interesting looking mess is what the Caliph calls takshasl. It appears to be a sticky mixture of dates, honey, and coconut, with some unidentified ribbons of brown thrown in for good measure. Well, I'm not gonna say what it actually looks like, but thanks, I guess.
I thank you, Great Caliph, for whatever help you can give. I will tell you what I know. I only wish it were more. The shaman have foreseen a mighty confrontation between
I hate
you
coconut.
and the sorcerer. They had a gift for you
That's
to
why.
provide aid in this meeting, but their true value may come later, if you can convince them to take you to the spirit plane. This is all I know.
Coconut makes me have a gag reflex for real. That's how much my body hates coconut. I can't eat coconut in any form. Just makes me... Ugh.
I thank you for all that you have done, but now I must take my leave. I understand. Return someday, O great king, and we will game again.
So I got some dates. Cool.
Will you take me to the spirit plane?
The journey takes power great, fair one. Our power comes from items used in ceremony and magic. We require payment in kind. The spirit bundle is the most useful item to us. It is made of bone and rare feathers wrapped around a core of magic. If you find one, bring it to us and we will be happy to carry you to the spirit plane.
Thank you. I shall return.
Goodbye, traveler.
Fascinating. Alright. So I need to find a magical item for these guys. Now we need to go to the other location that I've got. The other directions, because I'm curious on... Oh, never mind. Cannot go there. That's the only location we can go to, and now automatically. Ain't that fun? I wonder what we could have found if I had actually gone there first. Probably nothing important, because that was the important place to go to. Another crack.
Any moment, all is lost.
Calm yourself. It is no more than we expected.
These people are giving up so easily, so quickly.
But I was hoping
That it would break.
I know, but take heart. Before he vanished, Nurtom said that the sorcerer would emerge when the Dragonsphere had burst apart, and that is not even close to happening, as you can see.
Yeah, there's only a small crack here, and that small crack appeared right there. It's still intact.
then there is more time.
I think my wife is an idiot.
Yes, now go to the courtyard and play at javelins, my dear. It will calm your nerves.
Yeah, make sure that you throw them straight up and try to catch them with your head. It's like they're throwing lawn darts, like... I would assume that she's extremely good at it. She's just blonde, so she's stupid. Anything we can find here? Huh, he can walk through. The Hightower Range extends for hundreds of miles to the south. You stand at the base of the mountain upon which Tyre Nakbrandway rests. It looks like a rough climb to the tower. In the distance you can see the waterfall that courses constantly from the sorcerer's abode. You have the feeling that you are being watched. The sheer face of the mountain rises steeply up to the sorcerer's tower far above. Most of the rock face looks utterly unclimbable. Yeah, because it is a rock face. Literally. The large boulder awakens all your hunter's instincts. It looks like the perfect spot for an ambush. As you concentrate on it, you wonder if there isn't someone hiding behind there right now. The smaller rock rests near the larger like a little brother. The sheer mountain face is very formidable, but here is stone that is rough and jumbled as though it were the aftermath of an avalanche. It looks easily climbable. Your teachers would be pleased with your attention to the ground. Great cow! There's somebody hiding behind that large rock, and just who could be here inside Hightower?
Who goes there?
Nice echo.
Frightened of a mere woman, King Kalish. I am Lady de Summers, Duchess of the de Summers Estates. My father sits on your council.
What are you doing here?
A bit far from home, aren't you, my Lady de Summers?
Aye, but when I heard of your quest, and that they had allowed you to go alone, I had to find you. I offer you a gift for luck, my king, and the service of my sword to aid you in your quest.
I think I just found my escort. No, King, we need her. Why are these so negative?
I dare not endanger one so lovely, despite her pure intentions.
Your pretty words mask a noble concern for your subjects, my lord. I'll warrant you speak this way to all, from the queen down to the meanest serving wench. Given those pure intentions, won't you reconsider?
You mentioned a gift. If you still wish, I shall accept it.
Very well, lord. This amulet I wear is a charm, passed down through the De Summers family for generations. It is said to have mystical powers, but it is mostly a good luck charm. The powers are useless.
Why is that?
The mad mage who made this amulet said that its true powers could only be used after the wearer had been pronounced dead. Any such power is rather useless to the wearer, don't you think? To my knowledge, it has never been invoked. But wear it for luck anyway.
Could be a resurrection spell. That makes me think that with this, I should drop down to the well. The amulet is unprepossessing enough. Plain gold and not a very valuable gem set in its middle, and it shows no signs of being magical. It's clearly the thought that counts.
It's the thought that counts. Farewell, milady De Summers.
Goodbye, my lord, and may the gods watch over you in your quest. Perhaps someday we shall meet again. Farewell.
It was too easy to get a companion out of her. I mean, she's stuck here. I wonder if we're stuck here too. Lainey De Summers is a beautiful, determined-looking girl with, at the moment, a slight scowl on her face. As soon as she is rested, you expect her to leave. The amulet is unprepossessing.
You must leave here at once, Duchess.
I'll just rest here a moment, King Kalish, and then I'll be on my way.
Can I meet you at the border of the shape changers? It would help me a lot if you came along there. No? Oh, fuck you, game. How did I guess that we were gonna get another crack in the sphere?
I was weaker by the minute. Oh, if only there was a way I could see Kalish.
Look out the window. You might see him walking in the distance. Ever thought of that? You know, using your eyes?
You know that it's not possible. You'll just have to be patient.
I don't think she has the brain power to do that.
I know you've said that, but why can't I see him?
Because you're blind?
The key is gone, Fiona.
The key?
Of course, how foolish of me.
What key?
Yes.
What are they talking about? The key is gone? She can't see me because a key is gone? Ugh. Well. Shall we test this theory? You concentrate with all your might trying to find the hidden power of the amulet. Not being dead, you fail. Yeah, but if I fall down the hole... Invoke? Well, at least I tried. Oh, milady, the Summers, would you appear here, please?
This is a protected land. What is your business?
I'll just look around then.
Feel free. Slathan-ni-Patan is a weird place. You can see some of the dirty shifters if you look through the woods.
Despite your feelings, I must enter this land.
Not without you have a companion, my lord.
I am the...
When we took this post,
despite your...
Not without you have a companion, my lord.
What if I promise?
It sounds as...
Despite...
Not without you have a companion.
Is there anything I...
Anything you want to give us, we'll gladly take.
Give dates?
Interesting. I'm shocked that you would try to...
Perhaps it's not the king. Perhaps it's a dirty shifter.
It wasn't a bribe.
Oh? What was it then?
It was collateral. You keep the item and let me pass. When I come out, say nothing to me. If I ask for it back, you'll know it's me. For while a shifter can take my shape, he cannot take my mind. If I fail to ask for the item, run me through, for I am a shifter. Agreed?
Smart?
Quite wise. Agreed.
Best ask for your possessions right outside. I'll not stay my hand long.
Some shifter decided it would be fun to be a tree for a while, but how could he forget to shift his bones like that? Why is there an eye in that tree? That rock is listening to you. Either the shifter that took the shape of a rock forgot to change his ear, or he just likes to hear what's going on around him. That rock is trying to talk to you. Unfortunately, all that comes out of the mouth are inarticulate wah-wah noises. What the fuck is this place? The water in the pool is dark and foul-smelling. Is the creature that lives there a shifter or some horrible guardian tamed by them? This place is a nightmare. Through the murky water, you can see the shadowy bulk of a horrible creature like something out of someone's worst night imaginings. That probably means it's a shifter who's chosen a shape as ugly as he could dream up. Actually, if we were talking about here. La-di-da, nothing bad will happen to me. Ow, ow. Hey, that hurts. Son of a... Your numb body hardly feels the great teeth as they clamp down. Your last thought is of the unfairness of it all. How can you defend yourself against something so mighty? By throwing something at it? Like... a bone? It'll try to eat it. You quickly realize that you may need the bone and decide not to throw it away. Throw the cheese! Yeah! How about I throw the shield stone at it? Well... perfect. The spell shield was just the right size to trap the monster in the pool without killing it, though the edge of the shield seems to have sheared off the tips of the monster's tentacles. You hope it didn't hurt too much. The edge of the force field has sheared off the very tips of the pool monster's tentacles. It must have been painful, but shifters have great healing abilities. The sheared off bits of tentacle are rubbery and lined with flat round suckers. As you pick them up, they stick to your hand and come free with a satisfying whacking noise. Ew. That rock is sniffing you. The shifter that turned into that rock forgot his nose when he made the transformation. Or maybe he likes smelling the flowers.
What? What the fuck?
This place is disgusting. This too is a shifter. You can see the partial features rippling across its surface. It's very disturbing. Now that's revolting. The shifter has changed mostly into a tree, but its skeleton and musculature are still partly visible. You can barely bring yourself to look at it. The old man blinks at you owlishly. He looks normal, so you can only guess that he's a shifter, but he volunteers no information of any kind. The rock is looking back at you. The shifter doesn't realize he's forgotten to shift his eye, or he just likes to see what's going on. I mean, these guys are definitely worshippers of Cthulhu. I mean, why else would they do all this? The flat expanse leads into the dark cave entrance, though the ground looks fertile and often nothing grows here. The madness of Slathandi Patan continues all around you. A normal-looking old man sits upon a rock in front of the dark cave, and the curving path continues on down to the east. I bet you he's not gonna make any kind of sense.
You're the first normal-looking person I've met here.
Yet his beard is moving like a hand. Or a tentacle. Anybody else get the feeling that he's not normal in any kind of way? All I'm expecting is suddenly his stomach opens up and shows a rows of teeth and he eats me. Because he's the thing. And then he assimilates me and takes over my body. The shapeshifters are freaking the thing. That's what they are. That's why there's so much body horror. So where's our flamethrowers? Anybody bring any flamethrowers?
Indeed. You are brave to have come this far.
Why did that creature threaten me?
When we take up an aspect, we tend to act as that thing. He is there to prevent the unintelligent from bothering me or what I guard.
I met a shifter who told me to visit here.
Did you? You look familiar. Do I know you?
I am King Kalish.
Ah, that explains much. I have a gift for thee, King, if only you will answer a question. Why do you and yours persecute us so?
Because your kind is dangerous.
How little you know. Your fears of our taking your place are groundless. A shifter may not assume the look of another without strong magic, for the soul itself holds the look.
Ah.
Ah, well, ignorance is always the cause of prejudice. Here is the gift I promised you.
So everybody's just paranoid about the shapeshifters taking over their bodies when the shapeshifters cannot change to other people. Apparently they can only change into rocks and trees and other such inanimate objects, or even monsters, but not humans, or other living sentient creatures, you could say. I wonder if they can, I'm sure they can just turn into animals and such, but not, you know, intelligent creatures. I wonder if there's a limit. At least not the specific living people, yeah. So they would never be able to turn into the guards outside, or even us, the king. They're not doppelgangers. That's what they're not. They're just shapeshifters, but not doppelgangers. I wonder what would happen if they tried to... If he suddenly tried to look like Kalash here. I wonder what would happen. Probably wouldn't be able to. The strange object that Wise Shifter hands you feels warm to your touch and hums with a power not quite magical. You can feel the trigger in your mind to release its power, but it's unlike any spellstone you've ever used.
What is it? Is it a power stone?
No, it is what we call a polystone, a bit of shifting for non-Slathan.
Ah.
You'll find that it can, at your command, mimic the look of any item you own. I'm not sure what it's good for, but perhaps you'll find a use for it on your quest.
I bet it's good for when we need to hide somewhere. We just turn into an item and hide in plain sight. Kind of.
Before you leave our land, O King, you must discover what portents await you in the Cave of Shifting.
Excuse me, what's happening? Game? You okay? Nice face. I wonder what it could have been more to the east. Well, this is a cutscene. That was us changing to somebody, I think. That was interesting. Huh. A doll. How odd. This doll looks so very familiar, yet you'd swear you'd never seen this person before in your life. Whoever it is, the doll feels warm to the touch and hums with latent power. Latent power. The stone is similar to other magic spell spheres that you have seen, but it's also different. It seems softer and more innocuous, as though the power within it were benevolent rather than dangerous. As you manipulate the doll's arms and legs, you get a strange tingly feeling in your own limbs. Huh. Fascinating. So just started thinking about the story. I think I might have an idea of what's happening here. But at least I have speculations on what's happening here. Well, it kind of makes sense when you think about it. Really, really fascinating. Somewhere I just checking on the kitty cats for a second here. Food. Food delivery. Oh, the kitty cats. Any special visitors today? I would expect to see His Royal Highness on the hammock, but nope. At least there's a butthole. You always play the game before the stream, don't you? Yep. To make sure that when it's dinner time, they have food. So there will be kitty cats. No, I mean the game you're streaming. No. Never. Especially if it's a game that I've never played before. All I do is I start it, make sure that the OBS catches it, and that's it. Then I, leave the game. Sometimes there might be an intro movie for the game right from the get-go, and that helps me out to get the game up there to look good enough, and then I just quit the game without seeing too much about the introduction. I mean, with this game, it was easy because it starts with a menu in the beginning. So I didn't get spoiled about anything. Why do you ask? I'm just curious. The landscape here is almost as strange as elsewhere in Slathan, but the bizarre monster blocking the path is the strangest thing of all. The sky here is dark and foreboding, a stranger color than you've seen anywhere else in the kingdom. For some reason you find this color of sky comforting and familiar, though you can't say why. Huh. Really? Very fascinating. We're getting more and more kind of like clues. The ground here looks rich and fertile, though nothing much is growing. Maybe it's volcanic ash. A good chunk of the ground has sunk below the level of the rest of the hill, leaving a gaping pit of tumbled rocks. This collapse is probably what killed the tree. It looks like Sasan in Nipetan isn't such a nice place to live. Sometimes you pretend to not know what's going on when you played a game before, and it always confuses people. It's called acting. I prefer to do it that way. The tree looks like it was uprooted during some great upheaval. Is this area subject to earthquakes on top of everything else? As you look closer, you see evidence that this is, or was, a shifter. Apparently, when the shifter is killed, it retains its last shape. That boulder is no boulder. A pair of beady eyes stare out of it, as if watching your every move. This is another of those shifter to rock formations. This one is quiet now. The beast is as strange and vile as anything you've seen in all your travels. Its constant changing is hard to follow, but it's clearly a shifter of some kind. It also seems to be blocking your path into the village. I mean, I've said it before, Gabriel, that I prefer, even if I play a game that I played before, I prefer to, act like I've never played it before, because if it's a game that other people have not seen before as well, it gives them the illusion, or at least keeps the experience, as their experience it for the first time. they're clueless on what's happening, and so I act like I'm also clueless, like, ooh, this is happening, what? Instead of going like, I knew that would happen because I played this before. Can I talk to the monster?
Why are you blocking my path? Let me by.
Only shifters may travel beyond this point. Demonstrate a shifter ability, and you may pass.
Can't you make an exception in this case?
Only shifters may travel beyond this point. Demonstrate a shifter ability, and you may pass.
I mean, acting the way like I'm playing the game for the first time, Gabriel, is the way not to spoil the game. The polystone shudders in your hand, squirming like a grub. Within seconds it has changed shape, color, and texture several times. Now it looks exactly like the doll. Huh. You must have the item you wish to mimic actually in your possession for the power of the polystone to work. So I can use the polystone to mimic an item and then use the polystone instead of the real item. I just prefer to do it that way. I've done it with Let's Plays and everything. I've done it so long I can't turn it off. Like, just can't do it. So how do I prove to him, or it? I mean, the polystone. What do you want from me, man? At least this is the first, this is a genuine. You know, all of this is genuine, because I am playing this for the first time ever. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Now it just changes into an item. So the way the polystone works is we mimic an item that we have taken, we turn it into that item, and then we can put that polystone instead of the real item to fool people. So like if there's like a magic wand, we'll polymorph it into the wand and replace the wand with the polystone. And when a wizard comes in, haha, my wand! Nothing's happening. Yeah, because I got your one. I already mimicked the doll, but what he's asking is that I need to turn into something.
Why are you blocking?
Only shifters may travel beyond this point.
Can't you make it?
Only shifters may travel beyond this point.
See?
Demonstrate a shifter ability, and you may pass.
Demonstrate a shifter ability. Yeah, but it only just turns the polystone into the doll. But it doesn't do anything else. It doesn't turn other items into other items, just turns itself into the item it touches. Otherwise it would have been a good idea. I mean, that's why I tried it, to turn it into the doll. But it did nothing. Just, I had two dolls in my pocket. So we gotta figure out something else around here. There's something different about these spell stones, if they can even be called that. There seems to be no trigger for them, no spell to release from them. You're not sure how to invoke whatever power they may have. Throw it at the monster? No. Throw this at the monster? Invoke? Invoke this? All right, yeah. Can I give you the fruit? Can I do anything? I don't think I can. The boulder blinks when you speak, but has nothing to say. The shifters here are remarkably uncommunicative. The rock shifter heard you somehow. It's trying to talk to you, but the words are coming out slowly and so deeply that you can't understand. No matter what you say, that's all the reply you get. Up ahead, over the rise, you can see the rude wooden dwellings of the Shifter village. Unfortunately, the great shifting beast bars your way and will not let you pass. What could I find to help me out with this? And also, what the hell is wrong with my internet today? I've dropped 2,000 frames today already. It keeps going and sometimes blinking to red. For no reason. Must be something with my internet. As long as it doesn't affect the stream too much, it's fine, you know. Though the shifter can see your lips move, it cannot reply, for it has no mouth. It doesn't look like it cares to shape one either. It almost looks as though there were a higher hill here once upon a time, and that the hill was blasted apart by some great cataclysm. Some of the boulders at the far end shift in disconcerting ways. But sure, all the boulders aren't shifters? And where did the face go? There was a face here before, but now it's gone. Are we gonna get any new insight? Poof. Knocked out. I do wonder what all that means. Like, what's the, was that the past or the future? I would imagine that it would be something about the past. Telling the story of what happened.
This appeared in the cave after my vision. Can you tell me anything about it?
How wonderful! It is not often that the cave gives up things to carry away. I've seen things like it. We shifters sometimes use toys like that to help focus our powers. But I have no idea of its significance to you.
I have an idea.
I'd like to talk more with you if I may.
I doubt there's any more I can do for you.
I would like to know about the other races.
Which other race would you like to know more about?
What do you know of fairies?
I know many things. I know that they are an old race, but most fairies are young. They act gay and flighty, but they are mostly very intelligent when with their own kind.
Are you pondering what I'm pondering, Gabriel?
I know that the older a fairy gets, the wiser and more esteemed he is. The oldest living fairy is the Butterfly King. Someday he will die, and then he will join the Elder One.
The what now? They do believe in Cthulhu.
Of the Elder Ones I know not, save that they are a fairy tale concerning what happens to a fairy when they die.
I would like to know about the other races.
I think so, but how are you supposed to put the lime in the coconut anyway? Not that, Pinky. What I'm talking about is that we're gonna turn the voodoo doll to look like Sunway and use that to defeat him. And then we take over the world!
What do you know of Soptis Ecliptus?
Ah, I know many things. I know that they are a mysterious race whose ties to this world seem tenuous. Their shaman travel what they call the spirit plane, meeting ghosts and ifrit and learning wisdom from them. I know the words for sun, moon, and stars in their language, these being Shab, Phala, and Ecliptus.
Huh.
An astronomer in their language is called a Vinkyo Shab Phalacliptus, which means one who seeks the sun, moon, and stars.
Huh. So the directions are sun, moon, and stars. So in order to get through the desert to their people, I needed to go stars, moon, and stars again. And the other direction that he gave me was stars, stars, sun, stars, and stars.
Words in their language can mean other things. Shab can also mean light, north, and death. Phala can also mean dark, south, and life. And Ecliptus can also mean navigation, west, and the universe. Strange, no?
If only we had come to this place earlier, we would have learned all this and it would have been so much easier. But hey, we're smart. We figured it out by ourselves, right? Screw you. We are smarter than you. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Anyway.
I would like to know about the other races. What do you know of the Birdmen?
I know many things. I know that they are a legendary race, living in the high places of the High Tower Mountains, where Sunway holds sway. I know that they are called Shack.
O'Neill?
I know that legends say that once upon a time, the Shack could not fly.
O'Neill?
A god brought them a gift, and their children grew up with the power to fly. Over the generations, they came to look more and more like birds.
So at the beginning, when there was a big giant raven or eagle flying, that might have been a shock.
I know not if they truly exist, but if you travel to Hightower, watch for signs. They are said to respond only to the calls of their own kind, however.
Okay, I'll just go there. Oh wait, that's cliff racers. No!
I would like to know about the other races. What can you tell me of my own race, the Fair?
I know many things.
You seem to know many things, yes.
The Fair is the gift of children, with which you are more blessed than any other race.
Ha!
This has allowed your kind to spread in the face of all opposition.
Hell yeah, we just bone more than they do. I mean, well, we do have a bird. We just need to carve it into a whistle, I guess.
Beware, the prophecies say that in the future, the Fair will be so numerous that they will war among themselves, and a man named Blair will make an unholy alliance with evil to bring destruction upon his own kind.
I wonder if that happened like in Rex Nebular.
But for now, your quest concerns the sorcerer, and his ravages upon your lives and livestock, right?
Yeah, hominids breed like rabbits. I mean, hominids do.
I thank you for your help.
It was nothing, King of the Fair.
Though the shifter can see your lips move, it cannot reply, for it has no mouth. It has no mouth. As with the other shifters you have seen here, this one has no good way to communicate with you. Is the Zelda still here, by the way? There's the face. Most of the boulders are unresponsive stone. The face at the far end appears at you as you speak, but makes no reply. Hey, Veridansi. So we need to figure out how to shapeshift. Huh. I actually have an idea about this. In order to get ourselves the ability to shapeshift, I think I need to talk with the shaman. I need to go to the spirit realm. But to do that, I need to get them that item that they want. And I think I need to get that item from somewhere that we have been to, but didn't really explore the place that much. The shieldstone has done its work well. There is now a field of magical force surrounding the pool and its denizen. Ugh. You nibble a bit at the cold meat from the bone. It's tasteless as cold meat tends to be, but filling. Yum yum. Well, the feather is a thing that I'm gonna go after.
It's me! Give me back the item I gave you.
It's him. It worked. Here you are, Your Majesty. Farewell.
Yay, I got my disgusting dates back. Woohoo. And there's another crack. Well, that crack just grew a little bit bigger.
What is it now?
What do you think it is? She panicking over the cracks.
Nothing. Merely more cracks in the sphere. It is of no concern.
Quite correct. Pay it no heed.
Yes, you're right. I suppose.
Nope. Mother is evil. We have now confirmed that Mother is completely evil. She is on the side of Sandwich. I mean, that proves it, right? She wouldn't be that relaxed and callous about this kind of a situation unless she was evil. We have plenty of time, don't worry. Just wait until it breaks open and I'll kill you. It's very sus. I mean, our wife goes, another crack, and mother goes, don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, that immediately I went, Mother, why are you evil? I mean, she even dresses like Maleficent, now that I think about it. Some greasy black feathers have fallen out of the nest. They're just barely out of your reach. There are other feathers scattered about that you might be able to take. The feathers are long and black and slightly shiny. They are as large as ostrich feathers, but more closely resemble those of the crow. The feathers are smooth and slightly greasy to the touch. The quill points are extremely sharp and tough. Seized by a sudden whim, you discover that the feather's tough quill points can pierce the soft bone with little difficulty. When you're done, you created something vaguely approximating a shamanistic magic item that the witches call a spirit bundle. No, I think the last figure in the vision that we saw was Sunway himself, not our mother. Because it looked more like a man than a woman. And more of a hood than a... whatever she's wearing. The feathers make a hissing sound like leaves in the wind and some dust floats to the ground. Nothing else happens. Clearly the bundle needs some sort of ingredient before it will possess any magical properties. How about we put the bundle with the amulet? No. With the bird figurine? No. With the crystal flower? No. With the redstone? With the yellow? No. With the polystone? With the doll? With the dates? With the goblet? With the signet ring? Nothing works, so I don't have the item to make a magical item. Already, I tried that that was the first I immediately tried it and nothing. Huh. So we need to find another magical item to put into the bundle. I bet you it's at the bottom of the well and we still haven't figured out how the fuck we're gonna get down there. Uh-oh. Oh. Careful, my liege. Same here, but it wasn't the answer. Or maybe I did it the wrong way around. That could be the case. I should try to put the amulet into the bundle. Not tie the bundle to the amulet. At least we have a quick way of getting out of here. I'll just use my signet ring. It's so nice that the rock avalanches sound like freaking thunder. You had to do that? Okay. She's already here? How did you get here before us? Why did you?
What are you doing here? I told you to return to your duchy. And how did you get up here so fast?
Exactly.
I know a shorter path than the one that took my king. I felt sure that you needed my help, whether you knew it or not. Great cow! Look out behind you!
Oh no! Look out behind you! Ah! I am acting! Ah! summer theater! Ugh. The ledge is the last rest stop before the final ascent to the Sorcerer's Tower. The beast was meant to act as a guardian, and if not for Lani, it would have fulfilled its function. The creature is some sort of beast out of the child's nightmare. Partly human with 2 legs and 2 arms and intelligent eyes, yet wholly inhuman. On its face is an expression of hatred such as you hope to never see again. In the brief moment you have to glance her way, you see Lainey is starting to move into action, but you are the first line of defense. You bark out some commanding words, but the beast is unafraid. Absolute evil glows behind its inhuman eyes, and it pays no attention to your words. Wah! And Lainey's dead. Great. Great, Cal! Lainey's noble act has saved your life, but certainly cost her her own. Both she and the beast must surely have perished in the fall. The magic waters of Sunway's tower fall from a great height and pass by here on their way to the ground far below. What force creates the water in a never-ending flow? I bet it's the genie commanded to create a never-ending water. The sheer edge of the cliff plummets to the ground far below. The only way down is by the narrow path of rough stones you used to climb up in the first place. The rough climbable stone was undisturbed by your passage. You can climb down anytime you want. The sky looks darker and more baleful than before, not because of the weather, but because of what has occurred here. The mountain continues its rise into the heavens, culminating the entire Nakibrenwe. The only way up appears to be another narrow trail of rough, climbable stone. Still got a feeling that I should go down and check on Lainey. Milady the Summers, did you survive? Highly doubt it, but... The jumble of rocks beneath your feet provides a natural resting place. Above you, the climbable trail continues upward to a sturdy-looking ledge. Just barely within reach is a nest for a very large bird. It looks like an eagle's nest, or maybe a condor, although you've never seen one that big, nor one shaped in quite that way. The sky here has taken on the dark tones of the spell barrier. The blue of the outside world is beginning to peek through the weakening magic shield. The mountain here is a jumble of loose rock and scraggly moss. You must be careful as you climb, to avoid starting another rock slide. Can we start a power slide instead then? I don't see anything. Unless we can go this way and we'll find her body there. Judging from the angle of your climb and the look at the mountain face far above, Lainey and the beast must have landed somewhere just west of here, down that path. And even the game is like, yeah, you should go check on them. Well, there's the waterfall. The mountainside here is rough enough to climb, but far too steeply angled to be safe. You'll have to look elsewhere for the way up to Sunway's tower. The high tower range extends for hundreds of miles to the north and south. You stand at the base of the mountain upon which Tire Runway rests. In this area, it looks unclimbable. The hideous beast that attacked you on the mountainside is here, very dead after its long fall. But where's Laney? Fly out the bumblebee? Okay. The magic waters of Sunway's tower fall from a great height and land here on the ground far below. What force creates the water in a never-ending flow, and where does the river of water go that should be here? The ground here is dry and rough, not saturated with water as you might expect. Only a small amount of water runs off from the constant torrent that tumbles from the top of the mountain. The magically created water is also being magically destroyed. Partially embedded in the ground, perhaps exposed by the erosion of the magic waterfall, a large nugget of gold gleams in the sunlight. Maybe that's what we need? This is a magical golden nugget? It takes only a moment to dig the soft earth from around the nugget. Then, with a mighty heave, you pry it loose from the ground. Hey, Pato! This twisted lump appears to be pure gold. Though unattractive now, a master jeweler could make many fine items from this much gold. Can I put that gold nugget into this? Alright. Can I put the gold nugget into the puddle? Clean it up a little bit. Pato Kid is with 2D. Doing that would certainly ruin the gold nugget. 2Ds, Gabriel. Pato Kid. Creatures. Interesting. There appears to be a cave entrance partly hidden by the tumbling water.
So, you've come back to view your handiwork, huh?
What do you mean, my handiwork?
You're supposed to be a hero. How could you let this happen?
Is she alive?
Aye, but just barely. I know a few tricks of mine. Medicine. I think I can keep her alive. But I can't heal her the way I cannot heal her.
Anybody else think that this is the magician? Our own sorcerer that had vanished? Because as far as I remember, at the beginning when he created this shield sphere around the sorcerer's castle and all, surrounding the whole mountain, we saw that the creature running away from the sphere, but we didn't see a rider on it. So I'm assuming for all these 20 years, our sorcerer nerd Tom has been stuck in here as well. So this is him. Has to be.
What can I do for her?
The only thing you can do for her now is go defeat the sorcerer.
Sorcerer.
Return everything you recovered from his tower, and then we can help the maiden. I'll do my best to keep her alive until
then. Excuse me. Ugh. The cave seems darker and more ominous than before, and on the pallet lies Lanny's body. According to the hermit, the best thing you can do for her is defeat the sorcerer, and quickly. Lainey the Summers lies near death on the hermit's crude pallet. Her face is pale and her breathing shallow. It seems impossible for her to survive. The hermit's eyes are hooded, but his face glows with concern for Lainey. He keeps looking at you with a bleak, disappointed glare. As you examine the cave wall more closely, you can come to the decision it's a cave wall. The hermit uses the large flat stone rock as his chair. It looks very uncomfortable, but that is the way of the hermits. The way of the hermits. Dark ashes of a fire show that at least the hermit cooks his meals. You wonder in this treeless expanse what he uses for fuel. Well, if it smells like shit, then you know.